Chapter 890. Consort Wei said, Lang Jun, you should go. Li Xian hesitated. But I don't know what mother means. If I act rashly and anger mother, Consort Wei said, so what? Regardless of what happens to Yang Fan, you have to go. You didn't return to the capital peacefully. If someone else had come to pick you up, you might not be here right now, let alone become the crown prince. Even if the emperor doesn't want to spare him, what can he do to you if you go plead for him? Li Xian said, but I heard that Empress Mother gave a death order. If I live, he lives. If I die, he dies. That's why he did everything he could to protect me. It's not like he's loyal to the Li family. Zhongruan said that his relationship with King Liang isn't shallow. You're muddle-headed. Consort Wei's face reddened with anger. His goal isn't important. What's important is what he did. If you were the emperor, would you carve out someone's heart to see if they were doing things for you out of loyalty to the emperor? What he did was beneficial to the country, the people, and you, so he should be rewarded. It doesn't matter why Yang Fan protected you. What's important is that you were able to keep your life because of him. Now that Yang Fan is in trouble, it's fine if you don't know about it. But who in the palace doesn't know about it? If you don't stand up, how will others look at you? If you can't even protect the person who risked his life to protect you, who will be willing to work for you? The ancients know that 1,000 gold pieces can buy a horse's bones. How can you not understand such a simple matter? Li Xian was a bit moved, but when he thought of his mother's dignity, he was still timid. He shook his head. Wife, this matter let's wait and see. Father, mother. Following a crisp call, Li Bao rushed in with a flushed face. Have you all heard about Yang Fan trampling over the camp and trampling on the chamberlains of imperial insignia? Her older sisters were already married. She wasn't too old and could live in the palace for another 2 years. Otherwise, it would be unsightly for all her daughters to be married at once. Consort Wei angrily flung her sleeves and turned to enter the inner room. Li Guo looked at her mother's back in surprise, then looked at Li Xian, asking, Father, what happened to mother? Li Xian anxiously said, Don't mention it. Your mother told me to go to your imperial grandmother and plead for Yang Fan. Your imperial grandmother has always been arbitrary and strict. How can I go and ask for trouble? When Li Guo heard this, she smiled and said, Father, don't worry, uncle has passed away. Li Xian was startled and asked in surprise, 8th brother? He went to the emperor to plead for mercy for Yang Fan? Li Guo nodded and said, Yes. Just now I saw him hurriedly leaving the crown prince's palace. The young chamberlain said that uncle went to see his majesty to plead for mercy for Yang Fan. Oh, Li Xian stroked his beard and thought for a moment, a strange expression appearing on his face. In a corner of the eastern palace, Li Dan's sons were waiting for their father's return. They were originally going to move out of the eastern palace and return to the prince's residence today, but the incident of 1,000 horsemen suddenly occurred. Li Dan's second son, Li Qingyi, said, Third brother, didn't you say that Yang Fan is very close to the Wu clan? Why did you persuade father to plead for mercy for him? Li Longji was now a 15-year-old youth with red lips and white teeth. He had bright eyes and handsome eyebrows. His bearing was extraordinary. Hearing his second brother's words, Li Longji said, Third brother, you might not know, but I heard from Gao Lisher that Yang Fan is not only close to the Wu clan, but also to Aunt Taiping. It's not impossible to win this person over. The current Li Longji was no longer the young man who had been angry at Yang Fan for echoing the Wu clan's words. He had been living in the palace all year round, and he had been trying to survive amidst all kinds of deceit and danger. He had already gained the ability to see through the surface of the problem. Li Longji said, This at least shows that Yang Fan's position between the Wu and Li clans is still uncertain. If our Li clan can plead for mercy for him and save his life in today's crisis, he will have to accept this favor no matter what. He controls 1,000 horsemen, and with his support, our Li clan's position will be more stable. Fifth brother Li Longye was unconvinced. Seventh uncle should be the one to say that. He is the crown prince, so why should we let our father do it? Li Longji dotingly rubbed his fifth brother's head, and said with a smile, Fifth brother, you should know that seventh uncle is the crown prince, so it's not convenient for him to do it. If seventh uncle does, imperial grandmother might think that seventh uncle is trying to buy people's hearts. Father is just a prince, so it's more convenient for him to do it than seventh uncle. At least there won't be any suspicion of buying people's hearts. Li Dan had 6 sons. Other than his 6th son, who had died young, he still had 5 surviving sons. They were different from the other descendants of the imperial family, who had an apathetic relationship of blood and shallow brotherhood. Thanks to Wu Zetian's care, these 5 brothers had been locked up together since they were young, trapped within the walls of the Eastern Palace. They had gone through thick and thin together, so their brotherhood was very sincere. The 5 brothers of the Prince of Xiang's clan were like the brothers of many impoverished families among the common people. To them, brotherly respect was no joke. It was truly like feet and hands. They were extremely close, brothers united in harmony, and a deep sense of righteousness and loyalty. For the Son of Heaven's clan to have such deep brotherhood between brothers could be considered unprecedented in history. Wu Zetian slowly paced back and forth on the lovely spring platform, her mind in a dilemma. From what she had observed just now, she had already understood 80 to 90% of the truth of the matter. Investigate? If she really did investigate, then the thief was definitely real, but the Golden Guard's deliberate framing was also definitely real. Given her nephew's conduct and the massive difference in status, how could it be Yang Fan who had initiated the provocation? Yizong had been in the wrong first, and Yang Fan had been impetuous. One was the 1,000 cavalry camp, one was the Golden Guards, one was a close minister of the Son of Heaven, one was her own nephew. Was this case better treated as a misunderstanding, or was it better that one side deliberately framed the other and brazenly violated military discipline? From an even longer perspective, although she was inclined to protect Wu between the Wu and Li clans, she had been forced by the general trend to return politics to Li. This was because she understood that if she completely abandoned the Li clan, the Wu clan would lose the support of the people. Her nephews also did not have a single genius who could serve as a cornerstone, so the Wu clan would inevitably be abandoned. Thus, she had no choice but to return politics to Li and control the military to Wu. The establishment of the 1,000 cavalry camp was to balance these two factions, to give the Son of Heaven a certain amount of power to protect himself. This was not only for the future Son of Heaven, but also for the present Son of Heaven herself. After she had planned out the blueprint for the future regime, she began to strengthen the process of devolving military power to the Wu clan. However, she was also afraid that the Wu clan would take the risk out of desperation and launch a coup to seize the throne, even killing the person who had supported the Wu clan single-handedly. This kind of thing was not impossible. As an emperor, even his own son had to be on guard against the army, not to mention his nephew. Yizong took advantage of his power to bully others and pressured them step by step. If Yang Fan did not decisively rescue them and allowed his subordinates to be persecuted and killed by Yizong, how could he continue to lead the army? He also had his own difficulties. Zhang Yiji's words about the 24 guards of the capital, other than the Yulin guards, all submitting to the Wu clan were still ringing in her ears. If she severely punished Yang Fan now, would it speed up the army's shift to the Wu clan? Although this was her goal, she did not want even the fulcrum that balanced the power of the Wu and Li clans to disappear. Furthermore, she did not want the army to start looking for another master while she was still alive. The more Qingxi's illness grew, the more the Wu clan gradually leaned toward Sansi, but what about her? She was also old, getting older and older. Could she not be abandoned by those people who only cared about profit? The fact that Yang Fan was able to defeat the main camp of the Chamberlains of Imperial insignia with 1,000 cavalrymen proved that he was indeed an elite troop. If Yang Fan, the chess piece used to balance the situation, her entire setup would fall apart. However, if she did not punish him, she would not be able to justify it. The dispatch and command of the Southern Palace Imperial Army was under the jurisdiction of the Political Affairs Hall. At the same time, it also needed her approval. Whenever an army of more than 10 people was dispatched, unless it was an emergency, there must be an imperial edict and a tiger seal from the emperor issued by the Shangshu province and the Menxia province. The Northern Palace Imperial Army was directly under the emperor, so it was less restricted. However, it had never done something like Yang Fan. If she did not punish him, Wu Zetian thought about it and was full of worries. At this moment, Little Hai came in and reported, "Sage, the Prince of Xiang requests an audience." Wu Zetian thought for a moment and understood why her son had come. She originally did not want to see him, but she changed her mind and said, "Tell him to come in." Standing in front of the hall, Wu Yizong and Yang Fan watched as the Prince of Xiang, Li Dan, entered the lovely spring platform. After about the time it takes for 2 incense sticks to burn, Li Dan came out of the hall and walked past the two of them. After a while, the eunuch Little Hai came out of the hall and stood on the steps. In a clear voice, he said, "His Majesty's verbal decree." Wu Yizong and Yang Fan bowed slightly. Little Hai said, "Yang Fan, quickly order the 1,000 cavalry to return to camp. All soldiers are not to discuss today's matter. The soldiers are to return to camp. Yang Fan is to return to the estate to await his report." Yang Fan secretly sighed in relief. Since he had not been punished on the spot, even if he was guilty, the consequences would not be too severe. He clasped his hands to the director of the lovely spring platform and turned to leave. Wu Yizong glared fiercely at him, then suddenly turned his head to look at Little Hai. Little Hai leaned to the side and said, "The saints summon you. Great General Wu, please." Wu Yizong swung his sleeve and angrily walked into the hall. The moment he saw Wu Zetian, he said, "Aunt, the facts are before us. Yang Fan was audacious to the extreme and should have been executed. Aunt, how could you let him go?" Wu Zetian's face darkened. "Did you really think that we didn't know about those shameful things you did?" When Wu Yizong saw that Wu Zetian was angry, he shrunk his neck back and said nothing. Wu Zetian snorted, then said, "The Golden Guards had 40,000 soldiers, but they were utterly defeated by a trifling 1,000 people. You truly led a good army." Wu Yizong straightened his neck and said, "Aunt, that was different. Your nephew didn't think that he would be so daring." He was completely unprepared. Wu Zetian paused with her dragon crutch and scolded, "Then in Zhaozhou, when your 100,000 soldiers were scared away by a mere chitin cavalry of less than 1,000, you were also completely unprepared." Wu Yizong's face immediately turned red. He stammered for a moment, unable to respond. Wu Zetian coldly glanced at him and said, "Go back and restrain your soldiers. In the future, if there is another battle, we will only hold you accountable." Wu Yizong stammered. Then this time, Wu Zetian said, "This matter only happened between your two camps. Outsiders don't know about it yet, and they don't know the details. You can't make this public. You've already embarrassed yourself enough. If this goes on, how can I give you the authority to station troops in Jingdou? As for how this matter should be handled, we have our own plans." Chapter 891. It was a summer afternoon in the backyard of the Yang family, and it was cool under the trees. There were a few mats on the ground, which made up a large area. Yang Fan and his family were resting under the trees. In the middle of the mats, there was a shiny wooden table with all kinds of fruits, snacks, and drinks on it. There were iced sour plum soup and sour sheep's milk as drinks, but Yang Fan was used to drinking tea now. Tea was the best to quench his thirst, especially in summer. Moreover, the Tang people's diet was mainly meat, as long as the family's financial situation allowed it. Drinking tea had the effect of refreshing oil. Yang Fan gradually tasted the taste and told his wife. Now not only Yang Fan liked to drink tea, but also Xiao Man and Ah Nu had developed the habit of drinking tea. Now when Xiao Man went to the shop to do the accounts, she would always put a cup of tea beside her. Yang Nianzu had become more and more robust. He had a cute peach heart shape on his head and a lock of black hair in front of his forehead, which made him look particularly cute. He wore a sleeveless floral gown and held a bamboo pole. The end of the pole was bent with a bamboo strip, and he was sticking cicadas. How could he really catch cicadas with his loud voice? He was just having fun. When the spider web was broken, third sister would patiently wrap a few more layers of the pole, and then the silly boy would happily continue his great cause of catching cicadas. Si Rong was much quieter than her brother. She sat on the mat, with a pile of clay dolls, cloth dolls, and wooden dolls in front of her. She was very focused on playing with the dolls, and she was also mumbling something, probably arranging these dolls to play house. Xiao Man was holding a lady bamboo in her arms and was dozing off on the mat. Last night, Yang Fan slept with Ah Nu, so the children naturally came back to sleep with their mother. Unexpectedly, the little century eggs were even more annoying than Yang Fan. First, they refused to sleep, and then they asked her to tell them stories. Finally, they fell asleep, but it was easy to wake up in the summer night. One got up in the middle of the night, and the other looked for their mother. She didn't sleep well all night, and now she was sleepy. Anu sat at the side, attentively threading a needle and sewing a small piece of clothing. In fact, with the Yang family's current family business, there was no need for Anu to make her own clothes. Not to mention the tailor shop in the square, there was also a needlemaker in her house. But to make a shirt for her own children was a very different feeling. Yang Fan did not directly sit on the banquet. Instead, he set up a leisure chair on the bamboo chair. Yang Fan lay on the bamboo chair with his eyes closed. He looked as if he was sleeping, but in fact, he was thinking about something. He had already made a move, but he didn't know how Mu would react. So far, he didn't notice of Shen Mu. In fact, if the clues of Song Batty and Dragon 9 were left untouched, it was possible to figure out Shen Mu's plan from their actions. That was what the old gentleman of Heaven's Pivot had suggested to him. But after thinking it over, Yang Fan thought that he would rather not take the risk without knowing Shen Mu's purpose. One had to know that his greatest advantage in dealing with Shen Mu was the power of the officials. If he allowed Shen Mu's people to form a relationship with the most favored Secondjang, once they found a way to involve Secondjang, then his greatest advantage would disappear. At that time, even if he understood Shen Mu's intentions, what use would it be? He wasn't very worried about leading people to attack the Jin Wu guards. Since he was ordered to stay behind closed doors, then there was still room to maneuver. Otherwise, with the fact that he mobilized troops without permission, he could have been dealt with immediately. Whether this matter should be dealt with lightly or heavily depended on the Emperor's whims. Mobilizing troops without permission was a big taboo, but the cause and process of the matter was due to the discord between the two generals, which developed into frequent conflicts between the soldiers under the two. If the Emperor had enough trust in him, then he could completely understand this matter as a larger-scale group fight. The nature of the matter was different, and the punishment wouldn't be as severe. As Yang Fan was pondering, his arm was suddenly touched by someone. Yang Fan opened his eyes and saw Anu had stopped her needlework. Her beautiful and alluring red lips were moving towards him. Yang Fan was stunned for a moment, then revealed a mysterious smile, and returned a knowing look to her. Yang Fan's expression was wrong, causing Anu to be stunned for a moment. Then, she came to her senses and blushed. This shameless fellow, what are you thinking about? Now that she was pregnant, Yang Fan often stayed in her room just to take care of his beloved wife's emotions. It was impossible for him to think about the matters between a man and a woman. But sometimes when he was aroused and faced with his beloved wife, he would not force himself to restrain himself. For example, last night, after a series of begging, Anu half-heartedly leaned towards the jade flute and pressed her lips against his. Unexpectedly, Yang Fan seemed to have tasted it. Seeing her pouting, he actually thought of such shameful matters again. Anu glared at him, her beautiful red lips pressed into a line. Her slender jade-like fingers held a silver needle and pointed behind Yang Fan. Only then did Yang Fan understand. Turning his head, he saw Tao Mei standing there. Thinking that Tao Mei had something to report, but seeing that he was dozing off, she did not dare to wake him up. Yang Fan asked, "What is it?" Tao Mei presented a letter with both hands and said in a low voice, "From Princess Taiping's residence." Yang Fan understood and took the letter. With a light wave of his hand, Tao Mei retreated. Yang Fan opened the letter. There was only a thin piece of paper inside. After reading it carefully, Yang Fan's lips slowly curled into a smile. "All of you rest first, I'll make a trip to the study," Yang Fan said to Anu, who had her head lowered as she sewed. Her heart was filled with joy as she looked forward to becoming a loving mother as soon as possible. He then stood up and walked confidently towards the study. The incident that happened between the 1,000 Horsemen camp and the Jinwu guards was not known by the common people. The only people who saw the 1,000 Horsemen move were the people in the wine shops and brothels in front of the Jinwu guards' encampment. Moreover, they only saw the 1,000 Horsemen pass by aggressively and did not know what happened after that. As for after they entered the city, because they went through the north gate, they turned directly towards the palace. Thus, the common people in the city did not know about it. However, this incident was known by everyone in the palace. Through the mouths of the internal palace maids, this matter quickly spread to the outer court, and then through the internal servants of the Political Affairs Hall, Hanlin Academy, and the Hall of History to the ears of the officials. Very quickly, this matter was no longer a secret in the imperial court. Almost all the imperial censors in the capital submitted a report to impeach Yang Fan. Those in their positions had to plan for their own affairs. Such a major matter, they could not pretend to be unaware. Thus, even the imperial censors who had a good relationship with Yang Fan or had a good impression of him had to report to the emperor. The only difference was that some people only severely impeached Yang Fan, while others punished both Yang Fan and Wu Yizong. Wu Zetian still couldn't make up her mind. It wasn't difficult to punish Yang Fan. She could behead him, exile him, demote him, or take away his salary. There were many ways to do so. The problem was that Wu Zetian wanted to find a way to punish him. This way, she would be able to explain herself to the nation's laws and regulations, but it wouldn't affect her own political plans. On the second day after the imperial censors submitted a report to impeach Yang Fan, Prime Minister Yao Chong spoke to the emperor. He believed that Yang Fan had a rash and impulsive personality and was not qualified to command 1,000 horsemen. He recommended the left commander Zhang Hao to the emperor, saying that this person had a calm personality, was honest and prudent, and had a reputation in the army. He was qualified to command 1,000 horsemen. Wu Zetian did not express her opinion on the surface, but she was very unhappy in her heart. The emperor had always regarded the northern Yamen as his own backyard. Not to mention that Wu Zetian had always been under too much pressure because she was a woman and had always been suspicious of the emperor. Even Li Shimin had always regarded the northern Yamen as his exclusive property and did not allow others to touch it. In the 15th year of Jingguan, the Xuanwu Gate in Chang'an was being renovated. After hearing this, Prime Minister Fang Xianling and Gao Shilian inquired about the progress of the Xuanwu Gate's renovation from the junior supervisor of the Ministry of Finance. Li Shimin was very unhappy after hearing this. He specially found Fang Xianling and other prime ministers and warned them, "You should just take care of the southern Yamen. The northern Yamen has nothing to do with you." Now that Yao Chong coveted 1,000 horsemen, Wu Zetian was very unhappy. Back in the harem, the Zhang brothers led the beautiful young men of the Fengchen prison to present a large-scale song and dance that they had just rehearsed to Wu Zetian. Only then did Wu Zetian's gloomy mood slightly dissipate. While she was beaming with joy, Zhang Yiji, in a roundabout way, hinted to Wu Zetian that he wanted to put one of his cousins into the army and lead 1,000 horsemen. Wu Zetian, who was dissatisfied with Yao Chang's overstepping his authority, was extremely sensitive at the moment. When she heard Zhang Yiji's words, she immediately refused. In the past, whenever the Zhang brothers performed a song and dance to make her happy, she would ask them to stay in bed with her. But this night, she was not in the mood and went to sleep alone. The news that Wan Chong and Zhang Yiji had their eyes on the 1,000 horsemen camp and had recommended wise men to the emperor quickly reached the ears of Wu Yi, the general of the Yulin Guard. Wu Yi was afraid that the 1,000 horsemen would fall into the hands of others, so he quickly went to recommend them to the emperor. As a result, he naturally met with a rebuff that was neither soft nor hard. Wu Yi had just left when Wu Sanxi smelled the scent and ran over the unhappiness that Wu Zetian had accumulated from Yao Chong, Zhang Yiji, and Wu Yi had already turned into a thunderous rage by the time Wu Sanxi rushed over. Wu Sanxi was scolded until his head was sprayed with dog blood, and he left in a sorry state. Immediately after, an imperial decree was quickly transmitted to the Yang residence. Promote Yang Fan to the rank of loyal general. Yang Fan had been promoted. As soon as the news came out, the officials who did not know the inside story were only shocked at Yang Fan's imperial favor. The officials who knew the inside story could not help but secretly laugh at Li Dang, Wu Dang, and Zhang Dang's eagerness for doing all this for nothing. The officials who knew the inside story did not dare to say anything to incur the emperor's displeasure, and the officials who did not know the inside story would not dare to offend the emperor's favorite. Therefore, the strange phenomenon of Yang Fan being promoted instead of being punished could only be said by the censors who were always upholding justice and speaking up for justice. However, the words of the censors had to be listened to by the emperor. If the emperor was willing to listen, it would be swords. If the emperor was not willing to listen, it would be spit. This time, the censor's remonstrance was undoubtedly spit for nothing. Yang Fan's promotion had nothing to do with his authority. He was still in charge of 1,000 cavalrymen. Be it loyal general or guide commander-in-chief, those were just rank. What was related to rank was not authority but treatment. For example, salary, exemption from classes, punishment, order of class, carriage, clothing, etc. Other than that, it also involved retirement, conferment of nobility, purchase of property, construction, funeral, posthumous appointment, etc. A guide Zhonglang general was a lower secondary rank 4, while a loyal marshal general was a higher secondary rank 4. Yang Fan skipped the upper secondary rank 4 and lower secondary rank 4 and was directly promoted to the upper secondary rank 4 loyal marshal general. He had actually been promoted 3 times. Yang Fan was promoted despite being guilty. What kind of logic was that? It was indeed illogical. However, did Wu Zetian need to reason with him? Chapter 892. The bright moon hung in the sky, and the light clouds covered it. Under the moonlight, a small building was like a poem or a painting in the hazy artistic conception. The small building was richly ornamented, but many of the exquisite beauty was lost in the darkness of the night. At this time, it could not be seen clearly, but that kind of elegant and luxurious temperament could still be faintly revealed. This was a girl's embroidery building. The upstairs was still lit, and the dancing shadows of the bamboo reflected on the green screen window. When there was no wind, it seemed like a few bamboo leaves attached to the window. Inside the boudoir was full of a delicate and gentle atmosphere, rippling with the unique light fragrance of a girl's boudoir. On the screen were lake stone flowers and butterflies, and the color was just right. The top-quality sandalwood table, shelf, everywhere flowed with the delicate and gentle feeling of a girl. Next to the window was a bookcase with curled ears and carved flowers. On the desk were all kinds of famous people's calligraphy and several precious inkstones. Inside the brush pot and brush holder were either inserted or hung, all filled with purple ink. On the wall was a picture of a pair of chess in a lotus pavilion, and on the left and right hung a pair of couplets. The ink was dripping, as if it wanted to seep out of the paper. Against the wall was a frame bed with 4 pillars and 4 poles, beautifully carved. The curtain was hung high, but it was not put down. The light reflected on the 2 people on the bed. A crimson gauze nightgown was still wrapped around Warner's body. Her skin was like ice and jade, and her soft breasts and pink legs were faintly discernible, making her even more charming. And Yang Fan was buried in this pink, snow-white, and jade-like body, hugging that astonishingly thin waist, as if he was trying hard to suppress the twisting, jumping, and struggling catfish under his body. The sturdy frame bed made a creaking sound. The sound of the creaking became louder and more urgent. Suddenly, the creaking sound came to an abrupt stop, accompanied by a sound from someone. It was as if a passionate picture had been frozen. On the screen, there was only one place that was still moving. It was a pair of snow-white, slender, round and firm thighs. Those thighs were tightly wrapped around Yang Fan's waist, and they were still twitching uncontrollably, the muscles of the thighs suddenly trembling. Gradually, that beautiful, tightly curled toe with bright red cardamom slowly stretched out, like a blooming flower in the spring breeze. Then a pair of snow-white, round and smooth thighs, like someone had suddenly pulled out the bones, softly slid down, accompanied by a delicate moan. Panting, Yang Fan held up Warner's little face and kissed her sweaty forehead with pity. He laid down next to her, as if he was afraid of crushing her. Looking at his tender and protective appearance, it was really hard to tell who the man who had been pounding on her body was. Warner's heart was still beating rapidly. Her skin was hot and suffused with a rosy red. Her cheeks were still flushed, her almond-shaped eyes were still blurry, and her full breasts were heaving up and down. But as Yang Fan lay down on his side, she seemed to be glued to Yang Fan's body. She immediately turned over and squeezed into his embrace, as if she still felt that he was not heavy enough just now. Yang Fan gently stroked her soft and fragrant hair, as well as her soft and delicate back, which was slightly rough because of the sweat. Warner comfortably nestled in his embrace, like a cat that had just swallowed a fresh fish. After a long, long time, she faintly sighed and said, "I really want a child." Yang Fan's hand froze, and then he gently wrapped his arms around her and slowly tightened his embrace. They listened to each other's fierce heartbeats, but did not speak. Warner regretted her words and quickly changed the topic. She sneered and said, "This method of yours is really clever. The saint is very suspicious, and you used her suspicion. In the end, not only did you not receive any punishment, but you were promoted. You made me worry for nothing." Yang Fan used his nose to rub against her nose and said, "Do you want me to be punished?" Yang Fan lay flat and sighed. He casually put an arm behind his head and looked at the top of the tent. He slowly said, "Do you think I was not worried in the beginning? No one could predict the result, and no one could be sure what the Emperor's reaction would be. But I had to do what I had to do. All that was left was to do my best to make up for it and lessen the punishment. At the beginning, I also expected to be punished. I just hoped that the punishment would not affect my control of the 1,000 riders. I was quite sure of this. Later, I found that the Emperor had many misgivings and did not impose any punishment on me. I had a plan in my heart. Only now did I think that perhaps doing this would not only not be punished, but it might have other miraculous effects. Haha, speaking of this is also due to your efforts. You and the Zhang brothers have helped me a lot, haven't you?" Warner said lazily, "Saints are extraordinarily intelligent, but it is a pity that they are too smart. They act in the opposite way and say more bad things about you. The effect is even better. That's why they've been saying a lot of bad things about you these past few days. As for Zhang, they've been too close to you recently. If they say bad things about you, they'll make His Majesty suspicious. They've only praised Wu Sanxi and Wu Yizong's power." Yang Fan laughed a few times and then became silent. He gently caressed the smooth skin of Wanner's thigh and slowly said, "In the recent days, there will be a few reports about the grain problem." Wanner understood and nodded gently. Yang Fan and Wanner had not married yet. The ruler could marry, but they could not become husband and wife. In the beginning, it was because Yang Fan's position was low and Wu Zetian relied heavily on Shanghai Wanner. Once a person who had helped her deal with things was used to it, no one could replace him. The ability to control big and small matters, the importance of military and politics, the understanding of the emperor's attitude, all of this required a lot of time to get used to and a lot of energy to train him. She would not give up this capable assistant for the sake of Yang Fan. Now, Yang Fan's position was becoming more and more important. He could be considered one of Wu Zetian's confidants, so this kind of thing could not be mentioned. The palace could use female officials, but there was absolutely no reason to use the wife of an official. Husband and wife being officials in the same court, one civil and one military, one inside and one outside, no ruler could accept this. Furthermore, it was impossible for Yang Fan to have any emotional entanglements with Wanner, who was deep in the palace. If the emperor knew that they were in love, Wu Zetian could immediately think of many things. Past, present, future. At that time, it would be difficult to guess what the empress's intentions would be. But those who should be husband and wife could not be husband and wife, and those who should not be husband and wife were forcibly brought together by Wu Zetian. Li Chongxiu and Lady Azang were going to get married. When officials became rich, they could take concubines, but rarely would they divorce their wives. Loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness and other qualities were very important. Those who were unfilial to their parents, the court would not think that they would be loyal to the country. Those who despised the poor and loved the rich, no one would believe that they would become an upright official with noble character. If you abandoned your wife, who had gone through thick and thin with you, when you were at the end of your career, it would be a huge stain on your political reputation in a society that was based on feudal ethic. Your career and reputation would be greatly affected. However, under Wu Zetian's increasing pressure, Li Chongxiu still divorced his wife. His mother was originally a servant girl and had a lowly status. She was repeatedly invited into the palace by the empress and treated with courtesy, which made her feel flattered. After she learned of the emperor's intentions, she also began to persuade her son. Li Chongxiu had his mother's persuasion internally and the emperor's pressure externally. In the end, he could only obey the emperor's arrangements. But this wedding was not held at the Li family. Lady Azang had changed her marriage. Of course, she could not continue to live in her late husband's home. This new residence was bought and decorated by her son, Zhang Yizhi, for her. In the end, it was still considered the property of the Zhang family. In this way, Li Chongxiu was no different from becoming a live-in son-in-law. At that time, those who were willing to become live-in son-in-law were people who were so lowly that they had no means of livelihood and were unbearably poor. Li Chongxiu first divorced his wife and then married into the family. For a time, his reputation was ruined. His former colleagues, friends, relatives, and friends all looked down on his character and behavior. They all kept a respectful distance, and no one came to congratulate him. In order to make his mother's wedding a grand and lively event, Zhang Yizhi sent out invitations and invited all the famous people to attend the wedding banquet. With their reputation, they were naturally able to invite many famous people. These famous people actually came because of the second Zhang. They did not have to worry that others would criticize them because of Li Chongxiu, this moral scum. Li Chongxiu was the groom and the guests were all famous people in Jingdou. He had to personally welcome them. Every time he welcomed a guest, no matter if the other person sincerely congratulated him or casually brushed him off, He, who had a psychological problem, always felt that the other person was mocking him. His face was boiling hot from the beginning. In the eyes of those who did not know, they would think that this groom was very excited to be able to climb up to the Zhang family and despised him even more in their hearts. Princess Taiping was also invited to the new residence. A banquet was specially set up in the inner residence for these female guests. Princess Taiping, Princess Qianjin, Princess Annal, and a group of Lady Azang's famous friends were all under the guidance of Lady Azang to tour her bridal chamber. In order to create a love nest for his mother, Zhang Yizhi could be said to have taken great pains. The luxury of the bedroom was unheard of. Not to mention other things, just the wedding bed was already so luxurious that even the Empress, who was the mother of the world, had never had the fortune to enjoy it. This bed was known as the Seven Treasures tent. It was filled with gold, silver, pearls, jade, and all kinds of rare treasures. Spread the ivory bed, woven the horn of a rhinoceros, the mattress of a marten, the carpet of a fly, the beard of a dragon from Fenjin, and the bed of a phoenix in the river. Li Guo had never seen such a priceless treasure bed. She touched it here and there, unable to conceal the envy on her face. Even when Princess Taiping saw it, she could not help but sigh to Princess Qianjin, "Look at where she is sitting, we can only be considered to have wasted our lives." Princess Qianjin agreed deeply, and could not stop nodding her head in agreement. Yang Fan, who had been promoted to the rank of General Loyal Wu, was also invited today. Today's guests included the Zhang faction, the Li faction, the Wu faction, and other influential figures in the capital. Yang Fan, the new favorite of the emperor, could not be considered a big shot among them. Moreover, his current position was too vague. It seemed that he was really following the emperor's plan, walking towards a position where he would have connections with any faction, but it would be difficult for any faction to take him as a confidant. Therefore, no one from any faction would have too much contact with him under the watchful eyes of the crowd. This made Yang Fan, who was sitting in a corner, feel very relaxed. Yang Fan and Chun Dong sat side by side in the corner. They looked at Li Jingxiu, who was walking in with a radiant face, accompanying a few guests who had just arrived. He shook his head sympathetically and raised his cup to take a sip of wine. He savored the sweet and mellow wine and let it slowly flow into his stomach. Suddenly, he thought, those few memorials should have been sent to the emperor. Today, Lady Azang was getting married. Zhang Yizhi and Zhang Changzong had left the palace. A group of beautiful youths from the Fengchen Institute also followed them to Lady Azang's new residence to celebrate. The lovely spring stage was deserted. Wu Zetian rushed to Hall of Martial Accomplishment to read the memorials. Ever since she threw her son off the throne, going to Hall of Martial Accomplishment to read the memorials became her daily homework. It was only in the last 2 years that she could relax. Today, she was revisiting her old dream and was in high spirit. There were plenty of ways for the people working beside him to notice certain things that were happening in a superior position. Wanner's method was very simple. She reduced the number of other important memorials. Thus, in a pile of small problems that could only be considered trifling matters to the emperor, she could easily find the only important point. The first memorial that Wu Zetian noticed was the imperial censor Su Yogong's Qing Taiyan prepared grain to benefit the people. Chapter 893. The people were the foundation of a country, and food was the heaven of the people. In a feudal empire where agriculture was the foundation, if there was no food crisis, ambitious people, no matter how many reasons they had, would rarely be able to overthrow the regime. Thus, food had always been the foundation that a dynasty placed the greatest importance on stabilizing its foundation. But the Central Plains Empire had vast territory, and transportation was inconvenient, information was blocked, and the emperor sat in the imperial palace, making it very difficult for him to keep track of the production, consumption, and storage of food. Thus, the government had devised a system for auditing grain storage and verifying accounts. This department of auditing grain storage was not located in the Bureau of Revenue, which was in charge of money and grain, but in the Bureau of Justice. Its purpose was to prevent the Bureau of Revenue from colluding with the provincial governments, which were directly in charge of grain storage, from working together to embezzle grain. The grain of the capital was audited quarterly, and the grain of the prefectures and prefectures was audited annually. The prefectures would first report to the Bureau of Revenue, and the Bureau of Justice would sort out the statistics and then report to the Minister of State. The Bureau of Justice would then report to the department responsible for auditing grain storage, and if there was a problem, the Imperial Censorate would investigate. Su Yogong's memorial had not mentioned any problems with the grain storage, but had recommended that the Imperial Court release the grain storage in Taiyuan to stabilize prices. Taiyuan was the place where the Tang dynasty had flourished, so it had always been an important place for the country. At the beginning, the places with the most grain had been Taiyuan and Luoyang. It was said that Taiyuan was a granary of millions, while Luokou was the millet of the world. On the other hand, the capital of Chang'an, the inconvenience of transportation and frequent droughts had resulted in a severe shortage of grain. During Gaozong's reign, the imperial court had moved to Luoyang many times precisely because it was impossible to feed the officials in Chang'an. From the end of Gaozong's reign until the recapture of Anxi town, the country had not engaged in any large-scale wars, and it had always placed great importance on agricultural production. It had been at least 15 to 16 years since the country had experienced a large-scale natural disaster like the one Tin Ano had experienced in his youth, so the country had an ample supply of grain. Su Yogong's memorial said that when he was inspecting the grain storage in Taiyuan, he had noticed that some of the grain had been stored for too long and had become old and moldy. The country had once decreed that no one was allowed to move the grain reserves without permission. This was to prevent the lack of grain reserves in the years of disaster to provide relief to the common people. This was originally a good thing, but even though there was no famine in the Taiyuan area, the price of grain was not cheap. The price of grain among the people was high, but there was a large amount of grain stored in the treasury. They could only watch helplessly as the grain spoiled because it had been stored for too long. This was the result of the local rigid implementation of the court's decree. They failed to understand the emperor's love for the people, and at the same time, caused unnecessary losses. Therefore, they hoped that the court could allow the local areas to produce grain to stabilize the price of grain. Su Yugong also mentioned in the memorial that there were tens of thousands of ships in the Taiyuan area, and the transportation was convenient. They could buy surplus grain from other places at any time and store it. In this way, the imperial court could sell old rice to the people at a cheaper price, and then buy new rice at a higher price to store it. The price difference between the sale and purchase was not very large for the imperial court, but it could take into account the strategic needs of the country's reserves, extend the storage time of the grain reserves, and benefit the ordinary people who could not afford the high-priced grain. Su Yogong's memorial was written in great detail, and it was reasonable and clear. Wu Zetian listened and was very moved. After careful consideration, she ordered, "Yes, it can be implemented. But first, the Ministry of Revenue must send people to investigate and draw up a plan. No matter what, the grain reserves must be sufficient. If possible, we must first contact the grain source and confirm that new grain can be stored as soon as possible before we can sell old grain." Wu Zetian was in Chang, and at the time of the great disaster that Tin Ano had experienced when he was young, and she had also experienced it. Although the imperial court was not without food at that time, the various supplies were sharply reduced. She had also heard about everything that had happened in the outside world. After that, the emperor visited the eastern capital Luoyang several times, mainly because of grain. Because of the great drought in the Guangzhong area, the grain production decreased, and the lack of storage, the emperor could only lead the court officials to move east to Luoyang to find food. Fortunately, at that time, the Tang dynasty had not been established for long, and the people had already experienced many years of war. They knew that this was caused by the natural disaster and not by the inhumanity of the government. At that time, the families of the rich and powerful also did not have any grain reserve. They revolted and did not have enough to eat, so they could only make the situation of the starving people even worse. But as a ruler, Wu Zetian deeply understood the power of the natural disaster and the importance of storage. On this point, she did not dare to be careless. Now that she was old, and at the important moment of handing over power, she hoped that the transition could be smooth and no accidents would happen. Wanner smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Then, there were a few more memorials that talked about grain prices in the north. Since last year, because of the war in the north, the local output was insufficient. The cost of transferring grain from other places was too high, so grain prices had been high. The people were suffering, and they asked the imperial court to open up grain reserves to stabilize prices. There were also memorials that first praised the abundance of the treasury, and then raised the issue of the hamster embezzlement and poor safekeeping. Wu Zetian knew of Su Yogong's prestige and power in the imperial censor. He wanted his memorials to be valued by the emperor and to be carried out. He would certainly contact his good friends and support each other. However, these good friends of the imperial censor would not speak nonsense without reason. Since they all raised this issue, it could largely verify the truth of Su Yogong's words. Wu Zetian made her decision and said to Wan'er, Taiyuan Granary is the largest granary in the north. The grain situation in the north is like this. If we follow Su Yogong's words, we can solve this problem in the shortest time possible. The Ministry of Revenue is afraid that it will take a long time to send people to investigate, so give the edict, order Su Yugong to cooperate with Taiyuan Prefecture to handle this matter. The Ministry of Revenue will prepare this autumn's new grain for storage. The emperor made the final decision, and the reply was quickly passed down. When the edict reached Taiyuan Prefecture and Su Yogong's hands, Shen Mu also received the news. As expected, he plans to start with grain. An elegant middle-aged scribe sneered repeatedly. When Shen Mu first led a group of people to conquer the world, he completely relied on his intelligence and wisdom. But as time went on and the number of people increased, he didn't have 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes. It was impossible for him to have enough energy to analyze and understand all the problems and handle all the matters. Hence, he gradually had a group of wise advisors. However, due to the hidden sex status, he didn't have anyone who had been an official as an advisor. He had been an official before, and even if he didn't have any authority, his status would still be there. Not just anyone could recruit him to be an advisor. This middle-aged scribe was called Zhang Rumin, and he was just an unsuccessful county official. However, to be able to be recruited by Shen Mu, he naturally had some capabilities. Shen Mu knitted his brows slightly, and his usual carefree attitude was nowhere to be seen. He was very clear that the only loophole that they couldn't plug in time was the grain. Yang Fan chose the grain as the breakthrough point and hit his only Achilles heel. How many gaps do we have in Taiyuan Granary? Shen Mu thought for a moment and asked a subordinate who looked like an accountant. That person had a stack of account books in front of him, but he didn't even flip through them. He opened his mouth and said, "There is still a gap of 200,000 dawn that hasn't been filled." Shen Mu said resolutely, "Immediately think of a way to fill in the gap. If it really isn't enough, use the grain that was prepared to be transported to Wushile." Zhang Rumin said, "Young master, there are 1,000,000 grains in Taiyuan Granary. They might not be able to find out. Furthermore, this subordinate suspects that Yang Fan has been preparing for a long time. Is this all there is to it? I'm afraid he is purposely beating the grass to startle the snake. In reality, he is making a feint in the east and attacking in the west. He wants us to be at a disadvantage. If we use this batch of reserve grain and he has a backup plan, we will definitely be in a passive position. Shin Mu nodded and praised. Brother Zhang is right. I have also thought of this point. However, did Brother Zhang think that his method might not be a feint in the east and attack in the west, but a feint in the real situation? Zhang Rumin's expression changed. Young master is saying, Shin Mu said solemnly, based on my understanding of him, it is very likely that this is his true goal. Perhaps Taiyuan granary is just a feint. But if we bide our time, then this feint might become a real stab. Furthermore, we have indeed done something to Taiyuan granary. It is hard to guarantee that he won't find out anything. Zhang Rumin's expression tightened. Then, can we only be led by the nose by him? Shin Mu revealed a slightly bitter smile and said, Who asked this to be our weakness? Since he has attacked, we have to guard against him. Right now, we can only react accordingly. As Shin Mu said this, his eyes faintly flickered. Master Zhang had followed him for a long time. From the look in his eyes, he could tell that the sect master must have other plans. However, he had no way of knowing what the sect master was thinking about. He could not say, nor could he ask, so he nodded his head and said, Young master, rest assured. This subordinate will personally go and make Taiyuan granary invulnerable. On a certain day half a month after the imperial court's order to investigate Taiyuan granary's storage and remove the accumulated grain, Pai Erding, the director of the Ministry of Justice, submitted a secret memorial. The secret memorial mentioned that there were some discrepancies between Danzhou and Fuzhou's grain storage and the Ministry of Revenue's report. The Ministry of Justice was only responsible for reviewing the data, so the memorial requested the emperor to send someone to investigate. The speaker, Cui Yuanzong, was known as Bodhisattva Cui when he was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. He had 4 Vajra under his command. Difficult to write Sun Yuxuan, treading sweet potatoes Yen Xiaojun, gentle blade Qindong, and big axe chopping window Pai Erding. After Yang Fan went to the Ministry of Justice, he fought openly and secretly with these 4 Jianghu masters. However, no discord, no concord. After gaining the title of Plague Doctor, he became friends with them. This memorial was submitted by Yang Fan's good friend, Pai Erding. Grain had a very important place in Wu Zetian's heart, but this did not mean that she would listen to the wind and rain, or that she would fly into a rage at any time. Sometimes there were errors in the audit, and sometimes there was a time difference between when the grain left the granary, when it entered the granary, and when it entered the accounts. There was a discrepancy, but it did not mean that there was a problem. Therefore, Wu Zetian did not make a fuss. However, since there was a discrepancy, she had to find out the truth. Wu Zetian thought for a moment and said, Have the Imperial Censorate send people to Danzhou and Fuzhou to investigate the reason for the grain storage. Yes. Wan picked up her pen and wrote another line on Pai Erding's memorial. She added, Have the Imperial Censorate investigate. The tip of her pen drew a circle on the memorial. Chapter 894. The Imperial Censorate sent 2 censors to Danzhou and Feng Prefecture to check on the grain storage. The censor sent to Danzhou was named Shi Yu, a jinshi in the first year of Changshu. The censor had a reputation as a virtuous man who was smart and capable. Ever since he was transferred to the Imperial Censorate, he had been inspecting the country and had impeached many provincial officials, including local officials with powerful backgrounds. Although the Imperial Censor had the power to make reports, he had to rely on solid evidence when handling cases. Whenever he reported a case, the evidence was irrefutable and no one could refute it. For a time his name was known throughout the capital, and he became a new member of the Imperial Censorate. This censor was currently on patrol in Jiangzhou. If they sent him to Danzhou, the distance would be very short. It would save the court the trouble of sending another censor on a long journey, and it would also save a lot of time. As for the provincial governor sent to Feng Prefecture, it was Hu Yuanli, the censor who had gone to the southern border with Yang Fan and went through fire and water with him. Being sent to the capital on official business in the middle of summer was definitely a tough job. Hu Yuanli sat in the carriage with the servants, guards, and guards of honor, all listlessly leaving the city's west gate. Most of the officials in the capital were more prestigious than the local officials. But where the emperor was, not many officials were qualified to go out with guards of honor. Usually, they just hung an official banner on the carriage to show their status. But the local officials were different. Once they went out, they would be surrounded by guards of honor and show off their authority. Because of this, when the officials of the capital left the capital, it was the same. As soon as they left the capital, the ceremonial procession would begin. Placards of silence, placards of retreat, placards of official titles were raised high, flags, spears, water and fire cudgels were all present. But there were no gongs to open the way. Gongs opening the way originated from the Qing dynasty. At this time, it was still the servants leading the guards of honor who shouted to open the way. But they did not have many opportunities to shout. Unless they were blind, who could not see the appearance of the guards of honor. The weather was so hot that it seemed to be on fire. It was almost autumn, but the heat did not lessen at all. They walked on the straight official road without any cover. Because it was close to the capital, for safety reasons, there was not a single tree on either side of the road. So there was no place to hide even if they wanted to. The ground seemed to have been melted by the sun. Even the dust stirred up by the horses' hooves was weak. After walking for only a few miles, the entourage's clothes were already soaked in sweat. Hu Yuanli sat in the carriage with the curtains drawn up high. He kept waving the fan in his hand, but he still felt unbearably hot. Finally, they saw the shade of a tree in front of them. Everyone was delighted. The convoy naturally deviated from the main road and drove under the shade of the road. Ah! I was wondering who had left the capital. Turns out it's Imperial Messenger Hu. Haha, brother Hu, it's been a long time. Suddenly, someone on the side of the road spoke loudly. Hu Yuanli turned his head and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. He quickly ordered, "Stop the car." Standing by the roadside was a man with a green headscarf on his head, wearing a short shirt with narrow sleeves, rolled-up cloth pants, barefooted, looking like a farmer working in the fields, but he was very handsome. His body did not look very sturdy, but he did not look thin or weak either. His eyes were full of spirit, with a hidden glimmer of precious light. That unruly appearance did not resemble a farmer at all. He was none other than the loyal general of the imperial court, Yang Fan. Hu Yuanli quickly got off the carriage and went forward to pay his respects, saying, "Greetings to the loyal general." Yang Fan helped him up and said with a smile, "Brother Hu, are you treating me like an outsider? We are brothers, there's no need for so many unnecessary formalities." Hu Yuanli laughed and stood still. He asked, "Why is Erlang here?" Yang Fan said with a smile, "Taking a break from my busy schedule, I came to this lake with my family." As Yang Fan said this, he pointed to the side. Hu Yuanli looked over and saw that behind the roadside, there were layers of green lotus leaves stacked on top of each other, reaching far into the horizon. He did not know how many hectares it was. Among the dark green leaves, there were lotus arrows leaping out one after another, like a brush dipped in rouge, so much so that the color would not fade away. In the depths of the blue lake, there were several small boats with sheds, floating among the green lotus flowers. There were women and children on the boats, but they could not be seen clearly from afar. Presumably, they were Yang Fan's family. Hu Yuanli could not help but say with an envious smile, "Erlang is really free, I can't compare to you." Yang Fan laughed and walked to the lakeside. He plucked 2 big wheel-like leaves and spread them on the grass. He said to Hu Yuanli, "Long time no see, please sit for a while. I won't disturb brother Hu's journey." Hu Yuanli smiled slightly and turned his head to order, "All of you rest." Finishing, he walked over and lifted his robe to sit on the lotus leaf. The servants were overjoyed, but they did not dare to disturb their superior. One by one, they dispersed to the distant lakeside to wash their faces and cool off. Yang Fan asked with a smile, "Where is Brother Hu going?" Hu Yuanli frowned and sighed, "Ai. It's a hard job. The Ministry of Revenue has found some discrepancies in the grain reserves of a certain area in Guangzhou. The court has sent me to investigate." Yang Fan suddenly said, "Ah. So Brother Hu is here for this matter. Then Brother Hu must be going to either Danzhou or Fengzhou." Hu Yuanli originally thought this was an ordinary mistake. It was not as if similar things had not happened before. After investigating, it was mostly a problem with the efficiency of the local authorities. Some of the grain entered the warehouse had not been entered into the accounts, some had not been entered into the accounts, and it was the same for the exit. When these two factors were added together, there was a relatively large discrepancy. Upon closer inspection, it was only the efficiency of each link that had a problem, but there was actually no problem with the grain amount. The law did not punish the masses, so it was not good to investigate further. In the end, the matter was left unsettled. Therefore, he had no interest in this trip at all. But now that Yang Fan had blurted out his destination, Hu Yuanli's heart was moved. Yang Fan was a member of the 1,000 Cavalry, and the ears and eyes of the palace were extremely well informed. This matter had nothing to do with the military, but Yang Fan could blurt out his destination. Was there some reason behind this that outsiders could not know? Hu Yuanli's spirits rose. He hurriedly caught on to what Yang Fan had revealed and asked with a smile, "How did Erlang know my destination? Is there some inside story that outsiders cannot know? You and I are brothers, not outsiders. Erlang, please give me your advice." Hu Yuanli's ceremonial procession began once again, and he headed west in an awe-inspiring manner against the scorching sun. The weather was still hot and stuffy, but Hu Yuanli sat in the carriage and forgot to wave his fan. He had heard some news from Yang Fan, which made him pay extra attention to this trip to Feng Province, which he did not attach much importance to before. It seemed that there really was a problem with the grain storage in Feng Province and Danzhou. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue each had their own version of event. The Emperor could not be sure if there really was a problem with the local grain storage, so he ordered the censorate to investigate. The Emperor did not give any special instructions for this mission. Naturally, it was the result of the dispute between the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue. Before he had solid evidence, the Emperor could not be partial to the Ministry of Justice. He could not investigate the Ministry of Revenue with great fanfare and see them as thieves. Otherwise, if there was no solid evidence, it would inevitably chill the hearts of the Ministry of Revenue. Thinking of this, Hu Yuanli suddenly became excited. This was a chance. Among the various censors in the censorate, he was inexperienced and had little reputation. Originally, it would have been impossible for him to become an official in the censorate so quickly. However, his last trip to the southern border had become his greatest political asset. Now, he was one of the two officials with the highest hopes of being promoted to imperial censor. Currently, the right imperial censor position of the censorate was still vacant. There were only 3 people qualified for this position. One was Imperial Censor Shi Yu, who had gone to Danzhou to investigate a case. The other was Imperial Censor Li Qingma, and the last was Hu Yuanli. Among the 3, Li Qingma was the most senior. However, other than this advantage, he was inferior to Meng Qi and Shi Yu in other aspects. His political achievements were really nothing to write home about. In terms of political achievements, his greatest achievement was the last time he and Yang Fan toured the southern provinces and quelled the rebellion. However, that had been some time ago. During this time, it was Imperial Censor Shi Yu who had risen to fame. What were the political achievements of the Imperial Censor? It was not to pacify the people, control the government, or manage the army. It was not about money and grain. It all depended on how many corrupt officials and servants he had gotten rid of and how many major cases he had solved for the country. If there was really a problem in Danzhou when the capital was still in Chang'an, the food supply for millions of people had been continuously supplied during the years of disasters. Under the circumstances of transportation difficulties, the emperor had once decreed that scholars were forbidden to go to the capital to take the imperial examinations to avoid increasing the food burden. The emperor had also moved to Luoyang several times and was jokingly called the grain-chasing emperor. Therefore, Hu Yuanli was very clear about His Majesty's attitude toward grain. If there was really a problem with the grain, if there was really a problem, Hu Yuanli's eyes slowly narrowed. An indescribable excitement surged in his chest. He seemed to see the official hat of the imperial censor waving at him enthusiastically. Rumble, the sound of rolling thunder came from afar. Hu Yuanli subconsciously looked up and saw dark clouds slowly approaching. It seemed that there would be a heavy rain soon. Hu Yuanli frowned. It was difficult to walk under the scorching sun, but it was also difficult to walk under the pouring rain. Thinking of the grain storage case in Danzhou, Hu Yuanli couldn't help but feel a haze in his heart. Is God telling me something? It seems that I have to plan carefully. On Yang Fan's side, the sun was still shining brightly. Xiao Man sat at the bow of the boat with Si Rong in her arms. The boat lady held the bamboo pole, and the sharp tip of the boat squeezed through layers of green leaves and rode to the shore. The red lotus petals were like the rosy clouds, reflecting the picturesque Xiao Man and her beautiful daughter. The daughter was playing in the water for fun and was having a good time. Father! Si Rong giggled, trying her best to stretch her small hand out of her mother's bosom, grabbing the clear water in the lake. The water flowed past her delicate fingertips, like a white jade comb, combing countless extremely fine green silk ribbons. This scene was vaguely familiar. Yang Fan suddenly thought of Chang'an Tsuchi, the head of Hibiscus Bridge, the cluster of green lotuses, and of that indescribably beautiful and graceful young lady, who was like the first tilt of a lotus lid. The news of the battle with the hidden sect has been sent to Chang'an. With Miss Ning Ku's wisdom, she should be able to deal with it easily. Yang Fan thought and smiled slightly. He admired Miss Ning Ku's extraordinary wisdom. Although his decision was given to Duguyu, he knew that Miss Ning Ku wouldn't just sit by and watch. As long as Miss Ning Ku took action, even if they couldn't win, at least they could stabilize the situation in Chang'an. Rumble, the faint sound of thunder reached his ears. Yang Fan looked up and saw a line of dark clouds in the sky. Yang Fan bent down and plucked a lotus flower. He threw it to the bow of the boat, and it hit his daughter's head. Si Rong exclaimed, hugged the lotus flower, and laughed. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Good daughter, don't be naughty. Let's go home quickly. It's going to rain." Chapter 895. In a tall building that was dark, cool, and emitting a musty and sweaty smell, moldy and dirty mats were spread out. There was a short table on each mat. Originally, a group of people were gathered around the short table, shouting and yelling as they played gambling games such as Six Gambles, Cattail, Double Continent, and so on. At this moment, the gamblers at each table ran to the table near the door and surrounded it, watching the two people's magnificent gambling feat. The two of them used the simplest method of gambling: dice toss. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock. There was a small white porcelain bowl and 3 wooden dice in the shape of a hexagon. From 1 to 6 they were painted black dot. They were like the eyes of the devil, spinning and staring at the gamblers in a seductive manner. With the crazy roar of the crowd, the dice did not disappoint. The gambler sitting on the left side of the short table was thin, with a sharp chin, 2 mustaches, and a face full of pockmarks. He was calmly holding the dice and smiling at the person opposite him. The person opposite him was not tall, fat, and his fat face was covered with greasy sweat. His eyes were wide open, and he was breathing rapidly, constantly wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. The mustache youth smiled and said, "You lost, your house is now mine." This casino was converted from an abandoned granary. There was a curtain with a picture of a pai shio hanging at the door, which was the casino's signboard. Because of the hot summer, the granary was very cool, so since the beginning of summer, the casino had a lot of customers. The fat man who had just lost his house was called Ku Zhao, and he was a pawn of the Feng Zhou granary. The pawn was a small official with no rank, but the person in charge of the granary had a lot of power in the eyes of the commoners. In addition, this casino originally belonged to the Feng Zhou granary, and Ku Zhao, who was addicted to gambling, hung out here every day, so everyone here knew him. How is it, Brother Ku, you don't seem to have the capital to gamble anymore, right? The rat-bearded young man had a nasty smile on his face as he looked at Ku Zhao. The 3 dice were spinning nimbly between his fingers. Fatty Cook clenched his teeth and slammed the table and shouted, "I'll put my wife on the line." The rat-bearded young man curled his lips in disdain and said, "The one who brought you lunch just now? You've already lost your money and house to me. Isn't it easy for me to get a wife? I really don't like your wife's appearance." One of the surrounding gamblers said, "How good can your face be?" Someone else said, "Foreigner, don't be too arrogant. Where it is possible to let people off, one should spare them." The rat-bearded young man said with a smile, "This is a casino. If you're willing to bet, you must be willing to accept your loss. It doesn't matter if you're a foreigner or a native. How do you want me to forgive you? Oh, I remember you. A few days ago, I gambled with you and lost 4 strings of money to you. Now I'm asking you to spit out the money. Will you do it?" The man didn't speak after hearing that. Because of the geographical relationship, the locals would always side with the locals. However, this rule didn't seem to work in the casino. There were no fathers and sons in the casino, let alone the villagers. The rat-bearded youth glanced at Fatty Ku and said, "What? If you still can't take out your capital, I'm leaving." Fatty Ku slammed the table again and roared, I'll give my daughter to you as well." The rat-bearded youth's eyes lit up and said, "Your daughter? How old is she?" Fatty Ku stuttered and said, 2 years old. The rat-bearded youth was greatly discouraged and shook his head. "No. You don't have any capital? Then let's go and collect the house." He stood up and was about to leave when Fatty Ku pulled him back. The rat-bearded youth stared at him and said, "What? Are you still going to go back on your word?" Fatty Ku's face turned red and said, "Let's bet again. I'll write you an IOU. I'm the manager of Peng Zhou's warehouse. Everyone here knows me. If I lose again, I won't be able to repay your debt. It's going to be autumn soon. It won't take long for me to repay your debt." The rat-bearded youth hesitated for a moment and reluctantly sat down. The 2 of them started gambling again. After a while, the rat-bearded youth laughed and left. Fatty Ku's face was as pale as paper. He sat there motionless like a clay sculpture. The rat-bearded youth swaggered back to his rented courtyard and returned to his room. He closed the door. There was a pottery basin filled with water on the wooden shelf facing the wall. The rat-bearded youth bent over to wash his face. Soon, the pockmarks on his face disappeared and his yellowish skin became white and tender. When he straightened his back, his willowy eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, greasy nose, and cherry lips astonishingly turned into a big beauty with bright eyes and white teeth. An extremely strong man yawned and came out of the inner room. He had just stretched his waist when he saw her and couldn't help but smile. "Zhu Yun is back." The beauty looked back and smiled. "Big brother, my matter is settled. The rest is up to you." Si Rong and Yan Zhu were not afraid of the heat. They were playing happily on the lake. When they heard that their father wanted them to go back to the city, Si Rong was better, but Yan Zhu couldn't help crying and acting coquettishly, hoping to change his father's mind. As a result, Yang Fan was not moved by his crying at all. He was a strict father, and he also spoiled him like his mother. Yan Zhu had no choice but to lie in the carriage and play with a few small fish caught from the lake. There was a green jar, which was half filled with lake water. A few small fish were swimming happily. Nian Zhu reached out to catch the fish and played with it a few times. He laughed, and the tears on his face had not yet dried. Yang Fan and Xiao Man looked at each other and shook their heads in amusement. Ka! La la! A deafening sound of thunder seemed to ring above their heads. Si Rong, who was tired from playing, woke up with a start. Xiao Man quickly patted her head and coaxed, Nan Nan, be good. Sleep well. Si Rong closed her eyes again in a daze. The rain came down. Bean-sized raindrops pattered down and hit the roof of the carriage. There was a commotion outside the carriage. The attendants put on their straw raincoat. The common people who were hurrying on the official road ran under the trees to shelter from the rain. There were also those with rain gear who hurriedly held up umbrellas and put on straw raincoats. A man in black riding a donkey and wearing a straw raincoat hurried past the carriage of Yang Fan's family in the rain. The rain was very heavy. In just a moment, the raindrops formed a line. The world was a vast expanse of white. The man in black riding the donkey was in a sorry state in the rain. When he reached a place where weeds, reeds, and shrubs were flourishing, he suddenly looked back and hurriedly pulled the reins, driving the donkey into the reeds. Two people suddenly emerged from the reeds. They parted the reeds to the left and right to let the man in black riding the donkey pass. They then let go of their hands and the reeds returned to normal. The two figures behind the reeds fell down and disappeared. The torrential rain poured down without warning. Who would have thought that a moment ago the sun was burning like fire, and a moment later it would be pouring rain? Although Ding Laoshe, who was driving the carriage for Yang Fan, was wearing a straw raincoat, he was also drenched. He could barely open his eyes. Fortunately, this was a straight official road. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still drive. At first, when the rain fell, dust flew everywhere, and there was a pungent smell of soil in the air. Now, there was only a clear and cool water vapor. In the heat of summer, it was actually quite good to have a little rain to cool down the temperature. If one were to stand under the porch and watch the rain fall like a curtain, and listen to the sound of the rain falling into the lotus vats, it would be quite an artistic experience. But standing in the rain, the feeling was completely different. Puddles of rainwater quickly formed on the ground. The wheels of the carriage passed by, and the rainwater splashed high into the air. It was probably because there were 4 people sitting in the carriage, and the materials used to make the carriage seemed very exquisite. The curtains of the carriage had already been drawn down to prevent the rain from entering the carriage. There were a few riders in front of the carriage. The rider on the horse squinted his eyes and shouted, "Hurry up, we'll enter the city in a few more li." His voice didn't travel too far amidst the sounds of the rain, but the carriages nearby heard him. Ding Laoshe immediately raised his whip and urged his horse to speed up. When the carriages behind him saw the one in front speeding up, they naturally followed suit as well. Large patches of shrubs and reeds gradually appeared on both sides of the road. In the reeds there were 2 people lying in ambush. They were draped in rain silk, which could barely shelter them from the wind and rain. The rainwater hit the reeds around them, making rustling sounds, but when it hit their bodies there was a continuous thud sound. This rain really came at a bad time. One of them forcefully wiped the rainwater off his face and said softly, "The 2 people lying here were the 2 most skilled martial artists of the hidden sect in Luoyang. The one who spoke was called Yi Xiaoyu, and the one beside him was called Leng Aoyu." Leng Aoyu said, "Fortunately, it doesn't affect our plan much. When the rain comes, pedestrians will avoid it, and there will be fewer people on the main road. If someone sees them, when the rain washes away, there won't even be any hoof prints left. It will be even harder for the authorities to find their whereabouts." Yi Xiaoyu let out a breath and said, "Will Lord Zhao's move work? We didn't report to young master to get his approval." Leng Aoyu said, "Why not? Lord Zhao said that this is called taking drastic measures. As long as we take down that young fellow, the hidden sect will be without a leader and will be in chaos. It's coming." Before Yi Xiaoyu could finish his sentence, Leng Aoyu subconsciously lowered his body. His chest was immersed in the rapidly overflowing water, and his chest felt cool. Prepare to move. Yi Xiaoyou's eyes flashed with radiance, and he also lowered his body while his hands slowly moved to the back of his waist. On his waist there was a cloth belt that was twisted into a rope, and on the cloth belt there was a long whip that had a handle made of cow bone. The whip was coiled around the handle, and the whip was made of cow skin that had been soaked in the rainwater until it was glossy. Move. When the first chariot neared the encirclement, Yi Xiaoyu let out a loud roar and stood up. He shook his arm in midair, and a black whip appeared in his palm. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across the sky, and it swept towards Ding Laoshi, who was driving the chariot. Leng Aoyu was like a ferocious tiger that came out of the mountains, and he scuttled out of the reeds with a swish. The whip was like a spirit snake, and it suddenly wrapped around the carriage driver's body. Yi Xiaoyu forcefully swung it, and Ding Laoshi was swept horizontally to the front. The two horsemen who had heard the warning fell off their horses, and they fell into the rain with a bang, splashing water everywhere. At the same time, Leng Aoyu's 8 steps chasing Cicada was as fast as the wind, and with a few leaps, he had already pounced in front of the first carriage. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Chapter 896. The coachman fell off his horse, and so did the knights in front. The 2 horses that were pulling the carriage lost their master's command, and stopped abruptly. They shook off the rainwater on their manes and snorted. When the man in green riding the donkey came over, he had already seen clearly that the first carriage was occupied by Yang Fan and his wife. Their 2 children were also in the carriage. The second carriage was occupied by Yang Fan's wife, Tin Ano. They also knew that Yang Fan and his wife, as well as Madame Ru, were all skilled in martial arts. According to their plan, they would first sweep the coachman off his horse and hinder the knights from rushing to the rescue. Then, they would quickly approach the carriage. At the same time, the other accomplices lying in ambush would restrain Yang Fan's entourage and Tin Ano. It would be best if they could take her down. Even if they could not, it would be fine as long as they could prevent her from rushing to the rescue. It was said that although Yang Fan's wife was skilled in martial arts, she was already pregnant, so she would not be much of a threat. The 2 of them had the highest martial arts, so they were responsible for restraining Yang Fan, his wife, and their children. There were 2 more people on the opposite side of the road who were responsible for supporting them. Although Yang Fan and his wife were skilled in martial arts, they were in such a small space with their children. They would not be able to use their skills to their full potential. Master Zhao had already instructed that it would be best if they could capture him alive. If not, they could take his life. It would be more difficult to capture Yang Fan directly. If they could control his children, it would be no different from capturing him directly. When the 2 of them leaped into the air, they expected that their accomplices would follow suit and intercept Yang Fan's guards, servants, and the 2 carriages in front and behind him. However, it seemed that the heavy rain had affected their coordination. Yi Xiaoyou's shout did not have the desired effect. When Ding Laoshi was thrown into the air, and the 2 guards were swept off their horses, the other ambushers on both sides of the road did not appear. Leng Aoyu had no time to think. He rushed to the side of the carriage in a few strides and punched the carriage with both his fists. He was well trained in martial arts and wore iron gloves on his hands. With one punch, the car made of hardwood would immediately break into pieces. Unexpectedly, when his fist landed, there was only a cling sound. Leng Aoyu seemed to have suffered a huge shock, and he took 3 steps back. His wrist was in pain, but the car only shook slightly, and there was not even a crack on it. How could this be? Leng Aoyu turned pale with fright, but he immediately reacted. This carriage must be made of iron. He didn't have time to think too much, and immediately leaped into the air, fiercely punching the window again. With a loud clang, the bamboo curtain hanging from the window was shattered by his fist, and rain fell down. Surprisingly, there was also a piece of iron plate inside. It was just that the iron plate covering the window was obviously not as thick as the iron plate covering the body of the car, and a slight dent was left behind by his punch. However, how powerful was Ling Aoyu's iron fists? This all-out attack only left a dent on the iron plate. The thickness of the iron plate was enough to defend against any attack from any weapon in this era. Perhaps even a big iron hammer used to break a city would need 2 or 3 hits to break the window. Almost at the same time, Yi Xiaoyu rushed to the shaft of the carriage and reached out to pull the door. Ling Aoyu reacted quickly and immediately shouted, "Not good! We've fallen into a trap." What? Yi Xiaoyu's hand had already gripped the door tightly. He pulled hard, but it didn't move at all. When he heard Ling Aoyu's shout, he was stunned. He wanted to turn over and jump off the shaft of the carriage, but a large net had already opened above his head and quickly fell on him. Yi Xiaoyu jumped and rushed out, and the entire net wrapped around his body. Before he could release his body, he fell head first into the rain, rolled a few times, and rolled into the roadside drainage ditch. Ling Aoyu made a prompt decision, turned around, and fled. He used the 8 steps chasing cicada technique and ran as fast as he could. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 step. With 3 strides, Ling Aoyu arrived at the edge of the reed pond like a ghost. He leaned his body forward and leaped with all his might, leaping into the reed thicket like an arrow. As long as he escaped into the reed pond, not to mention an ambush, even an army wouldn't be able to catch him. At this moment, someone in the distance suddenly threw a short stick with 2 small round balls tied to its 2 ends. As soon as it touched his ankle, the straight stick suddenly bent like a snake. It turned out that it was actually a rope with 2 heavy ball-shaped objects tied to its 2 ends. It firmly tied his 2 legs together. The person who threw the rope raised his head slightly. Under the straw raincoat, his eyebrows were as thick as ink and his face was square. It was the Gu family's old man. Ling Aoyu was in the middle of running when his legs were suddenly tied up. With an sound, he fell forward. Not good. Ling Aoyu hurriedly stretched out his hands to support himself, but before his hands touched the ground, a big foot suddenly appeared in front of him. With a puff sound, Ling Aoyu's vision turned black, and he fell heavily to the ground, a fishy taste in his mouth and nose. 2 burly men rushed out of the reed bush, shook open a cloth bag, and neatly put Ling Aoyu inside, and dragged him away. In the rain, a line of water was plowed on the ground. The window slowly rose, and Yang Fan and Xiao Man slowly let go of the palms that were covering their children's ears, and looked outside calmly. Yang Nianzu's eyes widened, and his face was full of excitement. His little butt arched, wanting to jump out to watch the show. It seemed that he treated this as a fun game. Yang Fan thought to himself, although there is silk cotton in the carriage, this window does not have the effect of reducing the sound, and it is too ear-piercing when it is hit. I should get the Ghost Axe Division to improve it later. The convoy continued to move forward in the rain, as if nothing had happened. Yi Xiaoyu, who was covered in mud and rain, was tightly wrapped in a fish net like a loach, and was thrown into the 3rd carriage, unable to struggle. The carriage was filled with cloth curtains, a few tables, cooking utensils, cups, and plates. These were all things that Yang Fan had brought with him on today's trip. Ling Aoyu was lying next to him, with only his feet sticking out of the sack. At first, Ling Aoyu struggled a little, but after a heavy blow to the head from the guard, he stopped moving. It was unknown whether he was knocked unconscious or a wise man who knew what was good for him. The convoy continued to move forward for about 1.5 miles, and then turned into a side road, which led to Niu village. Old butler Niu's family was in Niu village. His eldest son farmed, his second son farmed, and his old man worked as a butler in the Yang family. They were considered a wealthy family in the village. At this time, the vegetable garden of Niu Er's family had become Yang Fan's torture hall. The rain was still falling, drenching the vegetable leaves green and shiny, appearing abnormally fresh and verdant. The backyard of the Niu family was connected to the eaves of the roof, which must be a place for the family to cool off in summer. The rain hit the wooden roof, making a plop sound like boiling water falling to the ground. Xiao Man and Ah Nu stayed in the front yard with their children. This was the advantage of rural people. Although the house was dilapidated, the yard was very big. There were a few rooms in the front yard for the children and grandchildren, and the row of rooms in the back belonged to Niu Erliang and his wife. Niu Er was now almost 40 years old, and he was already a grandfather of 4 children. There were chickens, ducks, and geese in the Niu family's yard. Yang Nianzhu and his sister Si Rong didn't often see these things in the mansion. They usually saw poultry and meat cooked and served on the table, so Yang Nianzhu was very happy. He held a broken ladle in his hand, filled with some shriveled grains, and happily fed the chickens under the eaves in the rain. Yang Fan came to the shed in the backyard with Ren Wei and several other bodyguards. He sat down on a bench and saw the one-armed old man Gu standing respectfully to the side. He said politely, "Old man Gu, please sit." Old man Gu hurriedly said with a smile, "This old man is used to standing, Ah Lang can sit." As he said this, he sighed softly in his heart. Ever since he knew that he had been happy for nothing, and that the respected head of the illustrious clan didn't like his daughter, the old man had been depressed for a long time. Yang Fan stared blankly at the vegetables that looked even more fresh and juicy after being watered by the rain for a while. He sighed softly and said, "Bring them here." Yi Xiaoyu and Ling Aoyu were dragged over with their hands tied behind their back. The one who tied people up was an expert. Their arms were tied tightly, so there was no way they could break free. The two were brought in front of Yang Fan and pressed to the ground, but they didn't want to kneel down. Yang Fan's bodyguards were just about to take action, but Yang Fan waved his hand and asked them to step back. He looked at the two and said lightly, "Uncivilized people are just uncivilized people. They only know how to use the tricks of Jianghu people." Yi Xiaoyu heard the disdain in his words, so he puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Don't be too proud. We are here under Master Zhao's order. Young Master Shen doesn't know about it. Humph! If we really want to use the people around young Master, even if you hide yourself in a turtle shell, you may not be able to keep your life." Yang Fan frowned slightly and said, "Master Zhao? Zhao Yu? It's rare that he has a few capable people around him." Zhao Yu had come to Luoyang under Shen Mu's order to develop. He had once been very close to Yang Fan. Afterward, when Yang Fan became the overlord of the hidden sect, Zhao Yu had disappeared without a trace. Yang Fan had once sent people to look for him, but there were no traces of him in the few hidden sect locations that he knew of. Yang Fan knew that after he became the overlord of the hidden sect, he would naturally become a competitor of the hidden sect. Zhao Yu would definitely be on guard against him, and the few hidden sect locations that he knew of would definitely be changed. Thus, he gave up on trying to contact Zhao Yu. In fact, Yang Fan just wanted to understand Shen Mu's situation in Xinluo through Zhao Yu. Yang Fan was already suspicious. Why would Shen Mu come up with such a bad plan? It was simple and crude, but it wouldn't affect the overall situation. It wasn't something that a wise person would do. Now that he had confirmed that it wasn't Shen Mu's idea, Yang Fan's slightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. Although Yang Fan wasn't afraid of the hidden sect's provocation and knew that there would definitely be a battle between the two parties, he hoped that it would be a battle between the two parties' combined strength. They weren't an army, and if they were to assassinate the other party's leader with brute force, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. Just like the hidden sect's young Master Jiang. When young Master Jiang collapsed, the 7 sects and 5 families immediately pushed him up, and the hidden sect's strength wasn't affected at all. It was the same for the hidden sect. The hidden sect might have relied on Shen Mu's individual ability to stand out step by step and develop from a small organization that was subordinate to the hidden sect to a stage where they could compete with the hidden sect, but it was still under the control of the old foxes of the 7 sects and 5 families. If Shen Mu died, The 7 sects and 5 families could elect another representative at any time. That person wouldn't have Shenmu's prestige and control over the hidden sect, and that person might be more suitable for those old foxes. Therefore, even if they were to become opponents, Yang Fan didn't wish for Shenmu to be blinded by greed. He wasn't willing to see Shenmu being so cold-blooded towards himself. Now that he heard that this action wasn't considered brilliant and that the objective wasn't Shenmu's idea, Yang Fan suddenly felt indescribably comfortable. Chapter 897. Yang Fan relaxed his brows and pondered for a moment before saying, "Since it was Zhao Yu's idea to assassinate me, then, what is Shenmu's plan?" Yi Xiaoyu glanced at him coldly and said, "I don't know. Our young master's wisdom is as deep as the ocean and is not something we can guess." Yang Fan narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "All right. You don't know what he is planning, but you should know what he has been doing since he returned to the Central Plains in secret, right?" Yi Xiaoyu raised his head and sneered. "Do you think I will tell you?" Leng Aoyu said, "There is nothing that cannot be said. 2 years ago, we fought with the obvious sect and suffered great losses. After returning for a year, young master has been recovering our strength and making up for some of the problems in the past. He did not do anything against the hidden sect." Yang Fan laughed involuntarily and said, "According to what you said, how do you explain your actions today?" Leng Aoyu retorted, "You have to ask yourself. Why did you suddenly move the succession hall to Luoyang? Why did the obvious sect's people suddenly start searching for information about us?" Yang Fan mocked, "So I, Yang, am the one at fault for starting a war?" His eyes swept across the two and said, "Shenmu has been back for a year without any news. As a member of the succession hall, I know nothing about it. Does this count as having no ill intentions? That's right, he did not do anything against us during this year. He was just recovering his strength and making up for the loopholes. But what happened after that?" Yang Fan's eyes gradually turned sharp as he said, "After he made up for the loopholes and set up his defenses, what does he intend to do? He is already sharpening his blade, and you blame me for making the first move?" Kiki, Yi Xiaoyu and Leng Aoyu were instantly speechless. Looking at the mocking smile in Yang Fan's eyes, Yi Xiaoyu couldn't help but say, "We are just unconvinced. Why should the hidden sect submit to the obvious sect and listen to your orders?" Yang Fan said, "It seems that after the battle in Chang'an, the situation has changed. Right now, doesn't your hidden sect have the same status as us?" Yi Xiaoyu said, "So what? Facts have proven that we are stronger than you. Whatever you can do, we can also do. What you can't do, we can still do. If it wasn't for the fact that your Xian clan had taken the top position in these years, if it was our master, the succession hall wouldn't be like it is today." Yang Fan helplessly shook his head and sighed. "That's it. All dissatisfaction was just an excuse. In the end, it was just a battle of interests. You think this way, but the people of Xian sect also think this way. Of course this battle could not be avoided. I believe that even if Shenmu and I don't want to fight, you will create all kinds of conflicts and force us to fight, right?" After confirming that this operation was not initiated by Shenmu, and from what these two people said, it was very likely that they only knew about the existence of the succession hall, but did not know that there were 7 sects and 5 families behind the succession hall. Yang Fan suddenly felt dispirited. It was impossible to get any useful information from these two people. Leng Aoyu, who had always been cold and silent, suddenly asked, "Where are our people?" Yang Fan, who was in deep thought, paused for a moment and immediately understood. He replied indifferently, "Them? They are forever left in the reed shrubs." When Yi Xiaoyu heard this, his eyes couldn't help but turn bloodshot as he shouted, "I will kill you!" Unfortunately, just as he was about to pounce, Ren Wei ruthlessly kicked him in the knee socket, causing him to kneel on the ground with a thud. Leng Aoyu angrily said, "Who betrayed us?" Yang Fan raised his eyes and looked at him with some amusement. Yi Xiaoyu suddenly came to a realization. He gritted his teeth and said, Who is it? Who betrayed us? Yang Fan shook his head and said, No one betrayed you. Yi Xiaoyu angrily said, Bullsh *t. If no one betrayed us, how did you know that we would be lying in ambush? How did you arrange for an expert to eliminate our people without anyone knowing? Yang Fan unhurriedly said, Because young Master Jiang once had an incredible expert under him. That senior's surname was Liu, but even this expert and young Master Jiang had suffered a huge loss in the hands of your hidden sect. When I was fighting with young Master Jiang, I was already facing a formidable enemy. Now that I am facing the two of you who had once made young Master Jiang suffer a huge loss, how can I not be extra careful? Yi Xiaoyu and Ling Aoyu's faces were ashen, and they couldn't say another word. Jiang Yi didn't have a traitor, but they had suffered a crushing defeat. With such a huge disparity, what else was there to say? To them, who had always been conceited, this outcome was even worse than death. Yang Fan slowly stood up. It was unknown when the rain had stopped, but there were two rainbows in the sky. It was a double rainbow, but they weren't parallel. Instead, they were like two rainbow bridges that were connected. The rainbow-colored light emitted a blurred beauty. Under the eaves, the rainwater was dripping incessantly, creating new ripples in the puddles that were gradually calming down. Yang Fan brushed his sleeves, turned around and walked into his room. Under the canopy, he left behind his final words. You didn't have to die, but you shouldn't have had designs on my family. Swish. The snow-white blade light flashed in the air, and the water that flowed to the vegetable field quickly turned blood red. Perhaps the vegetables in this field would grow exceptionally luscious. The rain stopped, and the carriages left the Ox Clan Manor and drove towards Luoyang City. This time, Yang Fan sat in a news carriage. Because the two little fellows were sleepy, they were sleeping soundly on their mother's left and right, occupying all the seat. Anu gently caressed her bulging tummy and asked gently, You didn't receive any useful information? Yang Fan nodded and shook his head. I didn't receive any information, but I did. Anu raised her pretty eyebrows. Oh, Yang Fan said, Today's lame assassination attempt, I originally suspected that it wasn't Shin Mu's doing. Sure enough, it was Zhao Yu who thought himself clever. Zhao Yu is Shin Mu's confidant, but he didn't know what countermeasures Shin Mu had against me, so he had no choice but to use this plan to share his master's burden. This means. Yang Fan glanced at Anu, and Anu suddenly understood. I understand. This means that Shin Mu wasn't lured here by you because Lang Jun moved the succession hall to Luoyang. He didn't regard Luoyang as your main battlefield, so he didn't deploy any troops here. Yang Fan nodded. Yes, but also wrong. Here, he doesn't have the right time, the right place, or the right people. Of course, he won't be led by the nose by me so easily. But he still had to come here sooner or later, because I have the initiative. Yang Fan thought for a while and explained. He is in Chang'an, and I am in Luoyang. Both of us have arranged our troops and are in a stalemate, just like two armies facing each other. Under such circumstances, unless one side runs out of provisions, or reveals a flaw, or the three armies request to fight, the stalemate will continue. But I am now intercepting his provisions. How can he not come out? Yang Fan smiled and said resolutely, Even if he doesn't want to send troops, he has to do it now. In Chang'an, Shin Mu paced with his hands behind his back with an ugly expression. He said slowly, Imperial messenger sure went to investigate Danzhou, and censor who went to investigate Feng. Yang Fan really has a backup plan. Another advisor under Shin Mu, Lan Jinhai, anxiously clutched his wrist and said, Brother Zhang has already gathered provisions and gone to Taiyuan. How about we immediately send someone to ask him to change his route to Danzhou? Shin Mu shook his head. It's too late. Yang Fan is really good at planning his second move after half a month. He knows that if I make a move, it will be too late for him to react. Moreover, even if the matter in Danzhou is settled, what about the one in Feng? Robbing Peter to pay Paul, we have been led by the nose by him. We will be defeated sooner or later. Shenmue slowly paced around the room and stopped. He said, let's take it step by step. Siu is about to reach Danzhou, but Hu Yuanli is still on his way. Let's deal with censorship first. Humph. You have Zhang Liang's plan, and I have a ladder to climb over the wall. We may not lose to you. In the alley, Kuzhao and Deacon Ku walked dejectedly, wondering who else they could borrow money from. When he gambled with the dice that day, not only did he lose all his family's money, but he also lost his house to someone else. But his father was not dead yet, so he could not make the decision. When he went home and leaked the news, his father picked up his walking stick and chased after him on the street. He was so scared that he did not even dare to return home. His wife was originally an extremely virtuous and docile woman. Because of his addiction to gambling, a good family had long been ruined by him, and she never had any complaints. However, this time, he really lost too much. After crying loudly, his wife wanted to hang herself. Fortunately, she was saved by someone. When his wife's family heard the news, a few of his elder brothers-in-law came together and took his wife back to her family. His father was also deeply grieved. He knew that his son was not a good person and had let down his wife, so he asked his father-in-law to find another son-in-law so that he would not be cheated by his scoundrel son. Because of this, a few of his elder brothers-in-law stopped him once and gave him a beating. They only stopped when he wrote the divorce papers. Kuzhao did not care about his wife's divorce, but he could not ignore the creditors. The money on the IOU could be delayed, but if he did not hand over the house, the creditors would not do it. He did not know where that foreigner found a group of debt collectors, but each one was incomparably fierce. Kuzhao had no choice but to borrow money from everywhere. However, those friends of his were now avoiding him. Just now, he went to borrow money from his good friend, Zhao Tsongjian's family. Zhao Tsongjian grunted for a long time and did not say a word. Instead, Zhao Tsongjian's wife insinuated that he was chased out. Now he was really at his wits' end. Kuzhao was walking dejectedly when suddenly a person came toward him. Kuzhao used to be a very arrogant person, but now he was poor and had no ambition, so he was too lazy to pay attention to him. He dodged to the side, but unexpectedly, that person took a step forward and blocked in front of him. Huangshi angrily raised his head and saw a big man in front of him. The man was a head taller than him, with his arms crossed and a sneer on his face. Huangshi could not help but turn pale. He staggered 2 steps and said with a trembling voice, What are you doing?" Before his voice died away, he felt his shoulders tighten. He looked to his left and right and saw another 2 big men with unkind expressions. The one in front of him said, "Kudianshi, how many days has it been since you owe money? You should at least give an explanation to the creditors." Kudianshi smiled and said, "Aren't I trying to think of a way? Please give me a few more days." The other said, "Us brothers are only doing things for money. Whether we give you a few more days is not up to us. You should talk to the creditors. Take him away." Kuzhao had no choice but to leave with them. In his opinion, if the other party wanted to collect the debt, they could not do anything to him. But once they left, Kudianshi would disappear. There were rumors in the streets that Kudianshi owed too many debts and was abandoned by his family, so he fled to a foreign land. Even the officials of Pang Prefecture, such as Pang Ling, Pang Qing and Pang Shi, thought the same. Therefore, the disappearance of a small, unranked official, Kudianshi, did not even raise a bubble in the Feng Prefecture. Chapter 898. On the Shirwang River, a small boat was slowly moving forward. 2 rows of undulating mountain ranges, the 2 banks of the river were covered in layers of peaks. It was a beautiful sight to behold. A scribe in a green robe stood at the bow of the boat. His hair was tied up in a bun and tied with a cloth ribbon. The ribbon fluttered in the breeze on the water and then fell back down again. The boatman walked over barefoot on the deck. He crossed his arms and bowed to the handsome scribes. Lang Jun, the end of the water is the mouth of the kettle. The river water suddenly converged and poured down like the roar of 10,000 drums. It was a spectacular sight. The water vapor soared into the sky and covered the sun. Rainbows could be seen. It was beautiful. Lang Jun, do you want to go take a look? No need. The scribes in a green robe smiled. No need. I am going to Danzhou. I have important matters to attend to and cannot be delayed. Yes. The boatman saw that he had an extraordinary bearing and that his entourage followed the rules carefully. He knew that his employer was not an ordinary person, so he was respectful and did not dare to act rashly. The scribes in a green robe looked forward again with a quiet smile. This scribes in a green robe was the current imperial censor Shiryu. When the imperial censor Shiryu received the court's order, he immediately rushed to Danzhou. During the Tang dynasty, Danzhou was later known as Ichuan. Although the imperial censor Shiryu did not have Yang Fan's guidance like Hu Yuanli, he was not careless in the slightest. He started out as a nobody and later became a scholar. He was also favored by the Minister of Appointments at the time and was recruited as a son-in-law. Step by step, he entered the center of the court and became a noble imperial censor. He was very familiar with the affairs of the lower ranks. He did not think that the court had ordered him to review the case this time because there was a problem with the statistic. He knew about the existence of the hamsters and even knew some of their tricks. He had once impeached a provincial government official because he had tampered with the grain and ended up in prison. That time, the officials embezzled grain money. Not only did they inflate the price of grain higher than the market value, but they also added bran to the grain harvested from the barnyard, mixed it with warm water, and pretended to be the best rice. They were simply devoid of conscience. Most of these cases couldn't be completed by 1 or 2 people. Usually, the relevant officials, brokers, and grain merchants colluded to cheat. But that time, he investigated openly and secretly and finally found solid evidence, bringing the group of corrupt officials to justice. With the experience from last time, he believed that if there was a problem in the Danzhou government, he would be able to find solid evidence. The position of the right deputy imperial censor has been vacant for a long time. If I can solve this big case, the position of the right deputy imperial censor will definitely be mine. The censor shook his small fan, but his heart was even more excited. Shirwang River, this river's name is so auspicious. If I can be promoted to imperial censor, sister-in-law will be happy for me. Thinking of this, Censor Shir was inexplicably excited, and his eyes became slightly moist. At that time, the censor was born in a poor family. His elder brother had passed away when he was young. At that time, the family was in dire straits. According to his father's wishes, he was supposed to drop out of school and become a farmer. It was his sister-in-law who fully supported him. She paid for his tuition, bought him school supplies, and encouraged him to continue his studies. Ever since he was a child, he had grown up step by step under the care of his sister-in-law. In his heart, his sister-in-law's kindness was heavier than a mountain, but he had nothing to repay his sister-in-law. He could only work hard in his career and use his achievements to bring honor to his ancestors, so that his sister-in-law, who had endured hardships to help him become successful, would be happy. Crack! Suddenly, a boat floated down from upstream at high speed. Although the river could not be considered narrow, it had not been raining recently, so the space suitable for boats was not very wide. The boat was a little too close, the two boats collided slightly and the boat shook. The imperial censor lost his balance. He staggered a few steps and almost fell down. I'm really sorry. Someone on the opposite boat lightly called out. Slightly annoyed, the imperial censor looked up and saw the green bamboo curtain was rolled up high. In the opposite cabin sat a young married woman in a light green robe. Her robe was long and winding, and her collar revealed a lush green cheekbone, slowly covering a trace of snow white. Her black hair was lightly tied up, and only a sandalwood hairpin was inserted. Her temperament was like an orchid. Actually, if one were to talk about appearance, this young married woman could not be considered very beautiful. However, she was 60 to 70% good-looking. She was dressed appropriately, had an elegant temperament, and held a book in her hand. That kind of scholarly and elegant temperament was far more attractive to the heart of a scholar like the imperial censor than a greasy nose and enchanting beauty. The young married woman covered her mouth with the book, but she only covered half of it. Her mouth was slightly open, revealing half of her white teeth. She looked apologetically at the imperial censor, but before she could say another word, the boat floated down. When the imperial censor saw this elegant young married woman, his annoyance was immediately swept away. He straightened his body and shook his clothes. Looking at the light boat that was quickly pulling away from his boat, he smiled slightly. Although the scenery on both sides of the river was beautiful, it was not as pleasing to the eyes as such a beautiful woman. This chance encounter caused ripples to ripple in his heart. It was a pleasant surprise in the midst of all the hardships along the way. The imperial censor was determined not to have any dealings with the local officials on this trip to Danzhou. He wanted to make a private visit incognito and secretly make some inquiries. This was to prevent the officials of Danzhou from hiding each other. Therefore, with the identity of a traveling scholar, when he arrived in Danzhou, he first ordered someone to rent a quiet and secluded building. Having just moved in, his body was tired. The imperial censor did not intend to go to the common people to make inquiries today. He first took a bath, changed his clothes, and rested. Just as he finished bathing and changed into light clothes, he heard the sound of a zither. The sound of the zither was at times as slow as a flowing spring, at times as fast as a waterfall, at times as clear as a pearl falling on a jade plate, and at times as low as a murmur. The winding sound flowed slowly, straight to the heart. The imperial censor felt as if he was bathing in the spring breeze. The imperial censor knew that this row of houses was built by the local rich merchants. They were specially rented to guests traveling from south to north. There was only a short fence between them and the tenants of other people's houses. But he was also a person who loved the zither. Hearing such high-level zither skills, he couldn't help but feel excited. They were all travelers, what harm was there in seeing them? The imperial censor had the spirit of a scholar. Having made up his mind, he took out a small fan and followed the sound of the zither. The sound of the zither came from the forest behind the house. The imperial censor plucked the flowers and grass as he walked. The melodious sound of the zither gradually became clearer and a slender figure appeared in the emerald-green forest. The person's eyes were lowered as she played the zither, the corners of her lips slightly curled up. Black jade-like hair draped over her shoulders and her cheeks were pink. It was obvious that she had just taken a bath. The lines of her beautiful neck and clearly visible collarbone were faintly discernible. She was elegant and otherworldly, like a solitary flower in the forest admiring itself. It was the young woman he had met by chance on the Shirwang River. It turned out to be a woman. If Yu took the liberty to approach her, it would be impolite. But if he retreated, it would be suspected of peeping. A gentleman is magnanimous, upright and upright. Why should he be so scrupulous? As Yu was thinking, the young woman with the scent of books had already raised her head. Seeing him, she was surprised and stopped playing the zither. She stood up gracefully and smiled. So it's Langjun on the boat. It is fate that brought us together. Greetings. In Chang'an, in the middle of a rustling bamboo forest, Shen Mu stood with his hands behind his back. Listening to the sound of the zither, he said, "Will this plan work?" Lan Jinhai, who was standing to the side, said confidently, "I am 80% sure." At that time, the imperial censor had been raised by his sister-in-law. His sister-in-law was born in a scholarly family and was virtuous and virtuous. The imperial censor's achievements today were all thanks to his sister-in-law. At this time, after the imperial censor passed the imperial examinations and became an official, he treated his sister-in-law with utmost sincerity and filial piety. At that time, the imperial censor was upright, honest, and self-disciplined. It was said that the reason why he agreed to be the son-in-law of the Minister of Personnel was not because he wanted to curry favor with the rich and powerful. It was because the minister's young daughter looked very similar to his sister-in-law. Furthermore, our men also found out that the imperial censor had been in brothels with his colleagues and friends. Other people only asked for young, beautiful, and coquettish girls to serve them. The imperial censor's choice was definitely a woman from a good family, and most of them were older than him. From this, I can deduce that the imperial censor must have fallen in love with his sister-in-law from respect. However, he would definitely not dare to reveal any of these thoughts to a person who revered him like a god. All of these were actually the feelings he had entrusted to him. The girl that I chose, her expression, temperament, and ability are all to his liking. Moreover, she has many tricks up her sleeve. I am not afraid that he will not fall for her. Shin Mu sighed and said with a smile, "In that case, I have harmed a good official and hurt an infatuated person." Lan Jinhai laughed along with him and said, "What about Feng Zhou?" The newly appointed provincial governor of Feng Zhou is the current Jianma Pei Sun. He is not one of us. If imperial censor who arrives and cooperates with him, it will be difficult for Feng Zhou. Shin Mu frowned and said, "The problem for Feng Zhou is that no matter how capable we are, it is impossible for us to produce so much food out of thin air." Feng Zhou. Just as he said this, there was a rustling sound in the bamboo forest. A strong man in a gray robe suddenly appeared in front of him. Slightly out of breath, he said, "Young master, it has just been delivered from Luoyang." Shin Mu took a small bamboo tube and unplugged it. He took out a roll of paper from inside and unfolded it for a moment. Suddenly, he clenched the letter tightly in his hand. Lan Jinhai asked anxiously, "Young master, what is it?" Shin Mu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Yu acted on his own and angered Yang Fan. I am afraid that the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects will become more and more difficult to resolve." North of Luoyang City, 1,000 cavalry barracks. Yang Fan looked at the soldiers who were training seriously on the drill ground and listened to the heaven-shaking battle cries. He said to Rin Wei, "Imperial censor sure is intelligent, capable, and has good conduct. He might be able to achieve something in Danzhou, but my focus has always been on Feng Zhou. We cannot place all our hopes on imperial censorship. We cannot underestimate the hidden sect's capability, and we cannot underestimate Shen Mu even more. As long as we give him enough time, he will definitely have a way to prevent us from finding any flaws. In my opinion, if we want to deal with a person like Shen Mu, he will definitely seize the initiative. The Heaven Observation Division's method is too stable, and it isn't feasible." Ren Wei said. "Then sect patriarch means," Yang Fan said, "we have to be quick. We are not prepared, and Shin Mu is definitely not prepared either. However, we are the investigating party, and they are the ones being investigated. This is our advantage. Send an order to Lady Gu. When imperial censor who arrives, immediately contact provincial governor Pei. Only by messing around can we kill Shin Mu, this old master." Chapter 899. It was early autumn, and Luoyang was still hot and stuffy, but Danzhou was already in the midst of autumn. Almost half of Dan Province's territory was made up of mountains. Everywhere, the shade was like a canopy. Even during the hottest days of summer, it was not unbearably hot, much less early autumn. Therefore, even when the imperial censor closed the windows, the room did not feel stuffy. The room was not stuffy, but imperial censor's cheeks were flushed as if he was drunk, and his forehead was slick with sweat. Lying beneath him was the young woman he had met by chance on the river. This young woman's surname was Xie, and her maiden name was Rudian. She was a merchant's wife, and her husband was doing business in the north. Now that the north was not doing well, she had to return to her hometown. Her husband stayed behind to take care of the aftermath, so she was the first to wait for her husband's arrival. After becoming familiar with imperial censorship, they began to chat, such as how her family was infertile, how her husband doted on several concubines, and how he treated her coldly. Imperial censor sure sympathized with her. Rudian also repeatedly displayed her talents in the 4 arts, all of which tickled Imperial censor's itch. Imperial censor sure liked her dignified appearance and elegant temperament. He also pitied her for her outstanding talent and knowledge, but she was a beautiful woman with a short life. Under her tenderness, in just a few days, the two of them became lovers and secretly communicated with each other. All that was left was the last layer of window paper that had not been poked through. These days, Imperial censor did not neglect his official duties. He sent his family members to the surrounding villages to do temporary work, harvest the early ripening crops, and take the opportunity to chat with the villagers. Imperial censor sure knew that many things could not be hidden from the higher-up. If the higher-ups wanted to investigate, they might not be able to find out anything, but the people below them already knew. However, if you really wanted to investigate, those people would definitely not tell you, even if they were the ones who had suffered from it. You would have to leave, but they would have to live here for generations. Those heartless families were not rebelling, and you could punish one, but not the whole family. They would rather suffer some hardship than offend the powerful people in the villages. Through this method, he was able to find out the truth. He also transformed himself into a grain merchant and visited several grain stores in the city. Gradually, he gained their trust and more or less understood the situation. Yesterday, the imperial censor had obtained a piece of conclusive evidence. In his great joy, he drank 2 more cups of wine and was momentarily unable to control himself. This young woman also had the intention to flatter him, so the two of them rolled around in a ball, like a pair of dewy mandarin duck. Once this layer of window paper was pierced through, the dry firewood and raging fire would be unstoppable. At this time, Imperial censor sure saw that the little matron under him was charming and dignified, reserved and shy, giving off an indescribable feeling of beauty. He couldn't help but be aroused and bent down to hold her hot little face, sucking on her cherry lips and giving it a solid kiss. Unknowingly, the Imperial censor kicked off his underpants and tore off her undergarments, wanting to be the guest behind the curtain. Rudian's soft, jade-like arm supported his chest and said, "The sky is not completely dark yet, it's so embarrassing, what should I do?" The Imperial censor panted and said, "Little miss is so beautiful, I really can't wait any longer. Now the arrow is already on the bowstring, I have no choice but to release it. Miss, please look." As he said this, he straightened his lower body and pushed hard against the little matron's soft belly. The matron let out a cry and shyly covered her face, not saying anything more. The Imperial censor was delighted and put the shining white thighs on his shoulder. Looking at the thin red seam, he shook his head and sighed, "The fragrant grass is desolate, but it's also enchanting. It cuts one's bones, eats one's soul." He exerted all his strength to push forward, and with 2 grunts, the clouds parted and the rain raged. While they were in the heat of the moment, they heard a loud noise from the other side of the door, as the door was forcibly smashed open. Many people wearing black clothes and little hats rushed in with lanterns and torches in their hand. They heard one of them shouted, "What a lowly servant! No wonder I couldn't find you in your room. Turns out you're having an illicit affair with someone." As soon as that person shouted, the Imperial censor was so scared that his legs went limp. He hurriedly got down from the woman's body and saw 2 family members rushing in with lanterns. The one in the middle had 3 locks of long beard. His appearance was dignified. He was wearing a round neck robe with big sleeves and a soft horn cap on his head. He had an imposing manner and was really out of the ordinary. The imperial censor thought that the woman's husband, who was doing business in the north, had come today. He was so embarrassed that his face turned red to his ears. He was too ashamed to show his face, and could only grab a thin veil to cover his face. The woman rolled down the bed naked, and knelt in front of the man dressed as a scholar. With tears in her eyes, she begged, "Ah Lang, please forgive me, it's not that I don't follow the ways of a woman, but he forced me to do it. I had no choice but to obey him." When the imperial censor heard this, he was startled and a thought flashed through his mind, "Immortal leap!" The imperial censor was furious and said, "Good, good. Turns out you and your wife are experts in the art of immortal leap. You want to extort money from me? Do you know my identity? Do you believe that I won't punish you for extortion and framing an official and exile you 2,000 to 3,000 miles away?" The scholar with 3 locks of long beard was shocked and said, "You are an official? What kind of official are you? Since you've come to our prefecture, why don't you stay in a hotel but rent a room here? I'm the dignified governor of a prefecture, why would I do something like extortion and framing an official?" The imperial censor was shocked and said in a daze, "Governor of a prefecture? You are." The scholar with 3 locks of long beard said, "I am the provincial governor of Danzhou, Li Junfeng." The imperial censor turned pale with fright and pointed at the woman who was kneeling naked on the floor and said her surname was Xie and her name was Feng Dian. Then who is she?" The scholar with 3 locks of long beard said, "That's my concubine. Because of my old wife's jealousy, she lives outside the prefecture." "Why?" The imperial censor looked at Provincial Governor Li and then at the woman with the surname Xie. The thin veil in his hand quietly slid down on the same night, at the Pring prefecture. It was the same clear wind and clear moon, poetic and picturesque. However, a few figures quietly snuck into the Ping prefecture's granary, as if they were doing some shady business. The ones who snuck into the Ping prefecture's granary were Miss Gu Zhuting and her 3 elder brothers. They had already found out the situation of the Ping prefecture's granary from Kuzhou. Currently, Kuzhou was under their protection and served as an important witness. After walking around the Ping prefecture for the past few days and verifying what Yang Fan had said before, Gu Zhuting finally understood why Yang Fan said grain was so important to a country. She also understood how these aristocratic families controlled or influenced the country's policies through grain. They used their great wealth to buy grain during a good harvest year and sold it during a bad harvest year. This was only the simplest method to make a huge profit. Buying grain from an area with an abundance of grain and transporting it to an affected area where there was a food shortage to sell it could very well influence the anxious local authorities to make all kinds of decisions that were beneficial to them. Transporting grain was easy to say, but other than the authorities, only they had the manpower and resources to do it. Even if the authorities did not shirk responsibility or engage in corruption, their procedures were not as simple as the aristocratic families, and their efficiency was not as fast. Therefore, the only people the local authorities could rely on were the aristocratic families, and they would always be the only ones. This put them in an invincible position. As long as they did not want to rebel, the authorities could not take it by force. Everything had to be settled within the rules permitted by the country's laws. In this way, how could the local authorities not compromise? The commoners who had no food to eat would rise up in revolt, and the consequences were more serious than anything else. Therefore, the aristocratic families who controlled the grain, to a certain extent, had the right to speak. Furthermore, some areas mainly opened mines and set up factories, some mainly cultivated mulberry and silkworms, some mainly cultivated rapeseed, and some mainly cultivated fruits and vegetables, cane sugar, wine making, porcelain making, or fish and animal husbandry. These places had a large population, but their agriculture was not developed, and they relied heavily on imports of grain from other places. Therefore, the aristocratic families who controlled the purchase, transportation, and sale of grain from upstream could control the price of grain. Every increase or decrease in the price of grain would directly affect the local standard of living and indirectly affect the prices of the local industries. Those who produced minerals would have to raise the price of minerals, those who produced oil would have to raise the price of edible oil, and those who produced fruits and vegetables, cane sugar, wine making, porcelain making, or fish and animal husbandry would have to raise their prices accordingly, and if the price of clothing, accommodation, food, and trade all rose in price, then the price of the farmers selling grain, and the laborers transporting grain would naturally rise as well. Therefore, the price of grain itself would rise again. The price of grain would rise again, stimulating the prices of other industries to continue to rise. This vicious cycle would eventually get out of hand. All of these changes were related to the national economy and the people's livelihood, and related to the stability of the world. How could the rulers turn a deaf ear to them? The rulers who turned a deaf ear to these problems, or the rulers who could not solve these problems, would eventually become an important cause of all kinds of social conflicts, and even lead to destruction. In any aspect, if the decisions of the imperial court seriously affected the interests of the aristocratic families who controlled the economic lifeline of the country, and the agents they supported in the government could not stop the implementation of these decrees, they could use these economic means. There was no obvious operator behind all of this, and its effect was real. This was what Li Taigong said: "The elephant is invisible, and the great sound is silent. It's there, but no one feels it. It's working, but no one thinks it's the result." And this was only one of the means the aristocratic families used to influence the imperial court. They supported the agents in politics, controlled the public opinion in culture, and controlled all kinds of industries closely related to the country's economy. Any one of these could have an impact on the imperial court. Since ancient times, it was unknown how many talented and bold reformers were ultimately defeated, and their reputations were tarnished. It was all because of this kind of power. Of course, a powerful government could also use its political power to regulate when this kind of power came into play. But in the end, no matter who won or lost, the winner would also suffer a great loss. This was a double-edged sword. Therefore, in the face of all kinds of conflicts, the whole society would mostly move forward through compromise, and rarely would it develop to the point of life and death. Even so, one could see how powerful this kind of power was. Ah Lang has this kind of power. Thinking of this, Gu Zhuting's heart surged. Of course, she didn't understand that this kind of power would never be determined by one or two people. In the past, for example, when the reform of Emperor Yang of Sui affected the interests of the entire aristocratic families, there was no organization like the Hall of Succession at that time. It was the same choice of interests that made those aristocratic families choose the same means. In the end, this became an important factor in the destruction of the Great Sui. In this world, the existence of the Hall of Succession made the first-class aristocratic families have a closer relationship. They could communicate and discuss many things, and this kind of power was stronger than before. But to make them reach an agreement, it was not something that could be decided by one or two people. But there was no doubt that Yang Fan would be the one to unleash this demonic power if there was a need to do so at this moment. This was enough to make Gu Zhuting have the impulse to worship him. That was such a powerful force, and she was beside the man who controlled this power. Unfortunately, that man is stingy to give me a little love. Leaping over the high wall like a leopard cat, Gu Zhuting lightly landed on the ground. Her heart was slightly sour. Guda didn't know what his little sister was thinking about. He vigilantly crouched on the ground, carefully observed for a moment, and pointed out, "The granary that Ku Zhao said might have a problem is over there." Gu Zhuting calmly glanced over and said, "Let's check the third granary from the left first. Since there could be a problem with all the granaries there, why should they start from the third granary from the left?" The Gu brothers didn't ask. They knew that their little sister was vigilant, and they couldn't compare to her in terms of intelligence. Since she said so, there must be a reason. So they gestured to each other, and the few of them turned into a few wisps of smoke, and slowly swept towards the granary. Chapter 900. There were a total of 247 granaries and 26 grain kilns in Pringzhou. Millet could be stored for 9 years and rice for 5 years. It was a large granary in Guanyi Road. The kilns were cylinder-shaped with a large mouth and a small bottom. They were 4 feet in diameter and 3 feet deep. The granaries were cone-shaped with rammed earth as the walls. There was a ventilation tower on the roof and a herringbone roof with grey tiles on top. The interior had 4 beams and 8 pillars and was very sturdy. There were no nails or rivets at the joints of the beams and the pillars. The wood was connected by yin and yang tenons. Before the founding of the Tang dynasty, this was an important granary for the Great Sui. A major corruption case had occurred here. Emperor Yang of Sui sent people to investigate, and the imperial envoy was very capable. He quickly solved the case. However, this imperial envoy was chasing thieves and arresting corrupt officials at the same time. He also embezzled a large portion of the stolen goods. At that time, the Great Sui was already in a precarious situation. There were many internal factions fighting each other. The matter was quickly grasped by a rival faction and was reported to the emperor. Emperor Yang of Sui was furious and sent people to investigate him from among the officials of that faction. In the end, when the next imperial envoy was chasing the previous imperial envoy's stolen money, he also embezzled a large amount of gold and silver from the previous imperial envoy. Not only that, he also took one of the previous imperial envoy's beautiful concubines as his own. Thus, there were people who were watching him and reported him again. In the end, the heads of the imperial envoy and his entourage hung on the walls of Pingzhou were no less than the number of corrupt local officials. Corruption is your corruption. Corruption is your corruption. When a country was about to fall, there would be evildoers. Some people thought about rebelling and some people madly amassed wealth. Since then, there had not been such a major corruption case in Pingzhou's granaries. But now, Gu Zhuting and her 3 brothers were playing the role of anti-corruption righteous people. The hooks were thrown to the top of the granary and hooked onto the roof. The 4 siblings quickly climbed up like agile apes. Grain piled together would produce heat, and in serious cases, it could even spontaneously combust. Although the ancients did not know the principle, they knew this phenomenon. Thus, the ventilation tower built on top of the granary was connected to the granary below. The 4 of them went up to the roof and saw that it was dark below. They did not dare to jump down rashly. Gu Zhuting used the rope to go down first. After walking for less than 10 feet, her feet touched the grain pile. She felt relieved and said, "Come down, it's only 10 feet high." When the 3 brothers heard the sound, they judged the height and position of the tree and jumped down one by one. One of them took out a match and lit it, then from his bosom, he took out a large butter candle and lit it. The other opened a folded white silk lampshade and placed the candle under it. The bright and soft light immediately shone out. The light did not reach more than 10 feet and they could not see the granary walls. It was still dark. The 4 people felt as if they were in the stomach of a. Gu Zhuting looked around and frowned. The granary is full. It looks like there are no problems. Gu of her. Gu of gu of gu of people of the granaries of the granary of the granaries of. The eldest brother of the Gu family muttered, Dianshirku is only a lowly official. He doesn't know how these corrupt officials embezzled and misappropriated the provisions. He just followed along and opened the door for convenience, taking a small advantage. However, he insisted that the granaries here did not have enough grain, and there was evidence. He knows how much grain should be stored in each of these granaries, but the fact that less than half of the grain that should be stored in the granaries has already filled up the granaries is a strange thing in itself. The second son of the Gu clan said, "Perhaps this granary is fine? Should we check the other warehouses?" Gu Zhuting thought for a moment and said, "You guys wait here, I'll go take a look." She pulled the rope and nimbly climbed up, disappearing in a flash. After the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the rope swayed, and Gu Zhuting returned to the warehouse. The Gu brothers were sitting on a pile of grain, and as soon as they saw her, they immediately stood up. Without waiting for her brothers to ask, Gu Zhuting shook her head and said, "All of them are the same, full of rations." The eldest brother of the Gu family said doubtfully, "Could it be that Dianshi Ku is lying?" Gu Zhuting said, "He doesn't look like a loyal and righteous person to me." The third son of the Gu clan thought for a moment and said, "Every year, the Ministry of Revenue and the Imperial Censorate check the grain. If they could see the shortage at a glance, they wouldn't have been safe for so many years. There must be something strange about this, we should check this granary." Old Gu stared at him and said, "How?" Old Gu pointed to the wooden shovels stuck in the grain pile and said, "Dig them down." Old Gu cried out, "There's so much grain, dig them down? You're really stupid." Before he could finish, Gu Zhuting's eyes suddenly lit up and she said happily, "This is a good idea. Sometimes, using smart people's methods to deal with smart people is not the right way. Stupid people's stupid methods are more effective against smart people." This was what Yang Fan had said. Gu Zhuting had an inexplicable faith in Yang Fan. Now that she repeated Ah Lang's words, her heart was filled with sweetness and she smiled like a blooming flower. Old Gu San touched his nose and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Youngest sister, I don't even know if you're praising me or insulting me." Gu Zhuting made a face at him. 4 wooden shovels flew up and down. Fortunately, the granary was spacious, otherwise the grains would be loose and the grain piled up on the walls would collapse at any time, and they wouldn't be able to keep digging in the middle. However, the granary was very spacious, and the 4 of them were skilled in martial arts, so their digging speed was very fast. The 4 of them dug to a depth of nearly 10 feet. Old Gu San was secretly disappointed, and was about to tell the siblings to stop when Gu Zhuting's shovel hit something hard. The 4 of them stopped at the same time, looked at each other, and immediately sped up. After a while, as they cleaned up, the wooden floor gradually appeared under their feet. Gu Zhuting used her hand to knock on the floor, and there was a clank sound. Gu Zhuting said in a deep voice, "This is empty." Old Gu San said, "These corrupt officials really use all kinds of strange methods, even this kind of method exists." Gu Zhuting said, "To do something like this in the granary, it means that they have been embezzling the grain for a long time, and there can't be just 1 or 2 people involved. Otherwise, how could they build such a big thing in the granary without anyone knowing? I'm afraid they did it from top to bottom. Even the state officials and the granary officials are involved." Old Gu San thought for a moment and said, "The granary can be tampered with, the accounts can also be tampered with, but when the Ministry of Revenue and the Censorate inspected the grain, how could they be so perfunctory? Could it be that they bribed all the officials? The Ministry of Revenue inspection that Ah Lang gave us requires us to open the granary. There is no grain down there, how can they fool people?" Gu Zhuting's eyes flashed. She suddenly picked up the wooden shovel and dug along the wooden floor. Very soon, she reached the edge, about 10 feet away from the granary wall. From the edge, she could see that the wooden floor below was probably a round barrel. Gu Zhuting was enlightened. "I understand now. This is a granary within a granary, a round granary filled with round columns, with grain around it and grain on top. The regulations that Ah Lang gave us said that when the Ministry of Revenue inspected the grain, they would insert a 1.5-foot wooden tube into the grain pile to check if the grain inside was damaged, moldy, or shoddy. This wooden tube is at least 7 to 8 feet away from the granary wall. There is no problem at all." The 4 of them looked at each other and smiled. Old Gu said, "They must have used more than one method. Do we still need to inspect the other granaries?" Gu Zhuting stood up gracefully, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. She smiled lightly. There's no need, it would be bad if people found out, this is enough evidence. Put the grain back, when censor who arrives, we will expose their conspiracy to the world. Danjo Hoku Waterfall. The deafening roar lasted for tens of thousands of years. Imperial censor Shur looked at the softest water in the world fiercely smashing down the cliff, roaring, surging, splashing water mist that covered the sky and covered the earth. The rapids swirled rapidly, giving him the urge to dive in head first and be crushed into pieces by the torrent. Provincial Governor Li stood at the side, stroking his beard. He leisurely said, "Such a magnificent sight, Censor Shur. Do you have the mood to compose a poem?" Imperial Censor Shur's face was ashen. He turned around without saying a word. Provincial Governor Li smiled happily and said, "Miss Dian is proficient in zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. There is nothing she isn't proficient in. Her romance on the bed is even more memorable. If the Imperial Censor likes it, I will give her to you. What do you think?" Shur Yu was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He suddenly turned around and glared at Li Junfeng. "Envoy Li, don't go too far." Provincial Governor Li also didn't want to ridicule him too much. It would be bad if he really provoked this person to the point that he didn't care about the consequences, so he only laughed. After that scandal, Imperial Censor Shur could no longer put on the image of an upright and unyielding Imperial Censor in front of Provincial Governor Li. He didn't dare to ask about the suspicious point of the grain storage in Danzhou anymore. Right now, he could only wait for time, waiting to report to the Imperial Court that there was no evidence. Every time he thought about how he couldn't control himself and fell into someone else's trap, Imperial Censor Shur felt like a knife was twisting in his heart, but he was afraid that if the scandal spread, his clean reputation would be destroyed, afraid that he would be removed from his post, making his sister-in-law who had always been proud of him sad and disappointed. Hearing the dragon-like roar of the waterfall, Imperial Censor Shur really wanted to shout, but the only thing he could do was to raise his head, tears falling like rain. It was raining heavily in Luoyang. Since the Tang dynasty there were 3 capitals in the country. Xijingchang was often dry, Beijing Taiyuan was near the border, and Dongjing Luoyang was prone to floods. Luo, Bai Jian, Gu, and many other rivers all flowed through Luoyang, so when Luoyang and its surrounding areas received a lot of rain, Luoyang would have a flood. Luoyang would have a large-scale flood once every 10 years, and the specific time would be during the summer and autumn when the monsoon was affected. Ever since Yang Fan arrived at Luoyang, he hadn't encountered a continuous rainstorm, but this year there was unusually much rain, something he had never encountered before. Most of the areas in Luoyang had already turned into a vast ocean. Although the water wasn't deep, it was extremely difficult to traverse, and it was inconvenient to enter and exit. Many shops in the market had closed, and the price of food and vegetables had started to gradually rise. The originally scheduled autumn examination had also been postponed indefinitely. Yang Fan was in the palace, so all the news from all over the world was sent here, so he was the most aware of the severity of the water situation. This year there was too much rain, so the embankments were being strengthened everywhere, and the water level had also increased. The river water surged, and day and night, it was like the roar of a bull. The power of heaven and earth couldn't help but change the expression of people. A large boat had even been prepared by the moat to the north of the palace, in case something happened to the emperor, the crown prince, and the others to avoid the flood. However, if the embankments really collapsed, the boat would be completely useless. Yang Fan was worried about his family, so he stole some free time to come back, and told his family to prepare enough food and temporarily go to the Dragon's Gate to avoid the flood. But coincidentally, he hadn't even said a few words when Cui Lin of Qinghe braved the heavy rain to stop him. Chapter 901. Unfortunately, I have to rush back to the palace city today. Younger brother, speak quickly if you have something to say. As Yang Fan spoke, he looked worriedly at the gloomy sky. The curtain of rain was boundless, and the eaves had become a water curtain cave. The servants had used sandbags to block all the courtyard doors, but the water in the courtyard was still very deep. Chui Lin twisted the hem of his wet robe and smiled. Younger brother knows that today is not the right time, but the matter is urgent and I had to come. Yang Fan looked back at him and asked, "Is it because of the conflict between the obvious and hidden sects?" Chui Lin sighed after hearing this and said, "It is best that older brother knows. We hope that the obvious and hidden sects can unite and cooperate sincerely, and not undermine each other or even go against each other." Yang Fan obviously knew who the we he was talking about was. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Younger brother and I may not have known each other for long, but we feel like old friends at first sight. There are some things that I do not need to hide and will say to you directly. Isn't the situation today the result of their connivance? Shen Mu has been back for more than a year, do they not know?" Chui Lin smiled bitterly and said, "Perhaps we have estimated wrongly on this matter. Although the obvious sect suffered a great loss last time and lost their foundation in Chang'an, their strength is still above the hidden sect. The elders were worried that the obvious sect would be overbearing, but who knew that Shen Mu was also very ambitious and showed weakness everywhere, crying that he was poor. In reality, his strength far exceeded our expectations." Yang Fan recalled the strength that Shen Mu had displayed to him when he was in the western regions and faintly felt that the 7 sects and 5 families' evaluation of Shen Mu's strength was still on the low side. The hidden sect was gradually developed by Shen Mu with a group of people from the succession hall. Although there were disciples that directly belonged to the 7 sects and 5 families, there wouldn't be as many as the obvious sect. Based on Shen Mu's methods, as long as he didn't allow these people to come into contact with the core information, they wouldn't be able to fully grasp how much power the hidden sect had. It was probably because young Master Jiang had underestimated the power that Shen Mu could unleash, which resulted in Chang'an's crushing defeat and forced them to retreat to Luoyang. However, Yang Fan did not mention this matter. If he did, although he had no evidence, the 7 sects and 5 families might not have completely disbelieved him. Even if only 1 or 2 of them were to raise their vigilance and investigate Shen Mu's background, it would still cause a certain amount of trouble for Shen Mu. If Shen Mu had to split his attention to deal with the 7 sects and 5 families, it would be even more difficult for him to deal with Yang Fan. But from the bottom of his heart, Yang Fan had no intention of revealing it at all. The hidden sect might be his strongest enemy, but the 7 sects and 5 families were like a sharp sword hanging above his head. No matter if it was the obvious sect or the hidden sect, no matter how powerful they were, no matter how much they jumped around, the 7 sects and 5 families were like a high and mighty god that smiled as they jumped around in his palm. This feeling made Yang Fan feel very uncomfortable. Compared to the 7 aristocratic clans that controlled them, he preferred the hidden sect more. Even if the hidden sect was his enemy, they were at least a visible force that he could touch, and they weren't invincible. However, the 7 sects and 5 families were different. Yang Fan said to Chui Lin, "Whether or not there was a misjudgment, it is a fact that the hidden sect is trying to balance my obvious sect. This matter did not only harm me, but also the entire obvious sect." Chui Lin was silent. Of course, he understood what Yang Fan meant. Although the succession hall was created by the 7 sects and 5 families, and most of the founders were from the 7 sects and 5 families, it had absorbed many people from other clans over the years. Even the descendants of the 7 aristocratic clans now had their own small interest group. They were naturally dissatisfied that the 7 sects and 5 families were siding with the hidden sect. However, what needed to be said still had to be said. Chui Lin was silent for a moment and said, "No matter what, we do not wish for you to have another conflict. Especially since you used the power of the officials this time. Since the establishment of the succession hall, such a thing has never happened. Once the officials get involved, some things will no longer be up to us." Yang Fan slowly walked to the door, which was also piled with sandbags. The muddy rainwater that was above his knees swayed in the courtyard, and there would be rainwater splashing into the hall from time to time. Yang Fan said, "Sometimes things develop naturally. Just like the water in front of this hall, the more you block it, the higher it will be. I can start this war, because I followed the will of the people, and it is impossible for me to stop it." Chui Lin frowned and said, "Could it be that Brother Yang wishes for the elders to personally intervene?" Yang Fan turned his head and smiled. "This matter has already been handled by the officials. Su Yugong is in Taiyuan, Siu is in Danzhou, and Hu Yuanli is in Fuzhou. Even if the elders personally intervene, they will not be able to stop the development of the matter. In my opinion, it is best for the elders to stay out of this matter." Chui Lin's expression darkened. Once the officials get involved, the consequences will be unthinkable. You should have thought of this long ago." Yang Fan said, "If it wasn't for the connivance of the elders, this matter would not have happened in the first place. Right now, I can only do my best to minimize the losses. There is nothing else I can do." Chui Lin said, "If you insist on doing things your own way, we will withdraw the disciples of the main branch of the aristocratic families. Otherwise, once the situation goes out of control, even if the aristocratic families do not get involved, these elite disciples will suffer heavy losses." No matter if it was the obvious clan or the hidden clan, there were some of these aristocratic families' disciples, and the obvious clan had the most. Young Master Jiang was from an aristocratic family, and he had always been proud. Naturally, the people who were important to him were mostly from aristocratic families. At this critical juncture, if the aristocratic families exerted their influence and withdrew these disciples who held important positions, it would obviously affect both the obvious and hidden clans, especially the obvious clan. However, Yang Fan did not panic at all. He smiled and said, "That's fine. I don't want anything to happen to them. After the dust settles, it won't be too late for them to return." Chui Lin's brow furrowed and he said, "Brother Yang still doesn't seem to understand what I'm saying. If these disciples withdraw, the support that the 7 aristocratic families have for you." Yang Fan slowly turned around and looked outside the hall. He replied indifferently, "No matter what, we have to decide who is the winner first." Crack, crack. A bolt of purple lightning suddenly lit up the hall, and then a clap of thunder shook the window frames and made them tremble. When the lightning lit up, Yang Fan, who was standing with his hands behind his back, seemed to be plated with a layer of gold. Chui Lin looked at his proud and unmoving figure and sighed in his heart. His grandfather and the elders of the aristocratic families had indulged Shin Mu in hopes of achieving a balance in the succession hall. In the end, it caused the succession hall, which had a huge amount of wealth and resources, to have internal strife again and again after the division. The internal friction was shocking, and those who played with fire would burn themselves. Now, he only hoped that the obvious and hidden clans would not follow in the footsteps of those elders. If the situation went out of control and the imperial court took the initiative, it would be a nightmare for the obvious clan, the hidden clan, and the 7 clans and 5 families behind them. Dong, dong, the melodious sound of a bell echoed in the sky above the ancient city. This was the sound of the Baosher Temple's bell. The Baosher Temple of the Feng Province was built before the Sui dynasty. In the 3rd year of Xinguan, some kind men and women donated money to cast a bronze bell. It was cast with flying heavens, chain flowers, vermilion birds, green dragons, and there were also inscriptions in the sun. It became the treasure of the Baosher Temple. When the bronze bell rang, the sound could be heard for dozens of miles. It was like a scene in the Feng Province. Hu Yuanli stopped all activities when he arrived in the Feng Province. At the same time, like the imperial censors, he wanted to investigate the Feng Province first by going incognito. This was not because Hu Yuanli and Shi Yu had a telepathic connection. It was because the imperial censors and imperial censors were born to play the role of opposing other officials. Every time they went to a place, even if it was not to investigate the local officials would be on high alert. This kind of situation was too common. Therefore, when the imperial censors went to investigate a case, almost without exception, they would choose to go incognito first. Although the information they obtained from the side could be considered hearsay and could not be used as conclusive evidence, it was still more objective than just listening to the local officials' reports and explanations. This could be considered as a way of listening to both sides. Hu Yuanli disguised himself as a merchant and quietly moved into the Baoshe temple. He donated a sum of money for sesame oil, and the group settled down. Hu Yuanli happily took a bath and got rid of the dust from the journey. He changed into a light robe and came out. The table was already set up. There were a few light dishes, a bowl of rice porridge, and a plate of local specialties. Hu Yuanli sat down and was about to eat when he heard a thud sound. A flying knife with a red tassel hit the table. Hu Yuanli was so shocked that he fell on his back and shouted, "Guards!" 2 officials guarding the door rushed in with knives in hand. When they saw the situation in the room, they panicked. They quickly helped Hu Yuanli up and pulled out their knives to search the room. Inside the room, outside the room, on the beams and behind the windows, there was no one else. Hu Yuanli calmed down and saw that there was a letter stuck under the flying knife. His heart skipped a beat. He quickly pulled out the flying knife and took down the letter. He opened it and read it carefully. He could not help but be shocked. According to the folklore, the wanderers of Jianghu can come and go freely. Their supernatural powers are brilliant. Is there really such a thing? The messenger did not leave his name. In the letter, he only said that the officials of Pring Prefecture were colluding with each other and that there were corrupt officials everywhere. He knew that imperial censor who was ordered by the emperor to investigate the case of the officials of Pring Prefecture being corrupt. Therefore, he acted in a righteous manner to investigate the matter of the officials of Pring Prefecture embezzling public grain. The letter not only pointed out which granary had a problem, he only needed to investigate and he would be able to obtain the evidence. From there, he could conduct a thorough investigation of all the granaries. He also offered him a plan. He said that the officials of Pring Prefecture were corrupt and despicable. He was afraid that the officials of Pring Prefecture were their eyes and ears. If the imperial censor wanted to find out the truth, he could not give them time to hide the evidence. He should immediately contact the newly appointed provincial governor Pei and quickly obtain the evidence. This was what surprised Hu Yuanli. These Jianghu people had the ability to leap onto roofs and vault over walls. It was not strange for them to find out the truth about the granaries. But this wanderer not only knew his identity and knew that he had come to Pring Prefecture, he also knew about the background of the newly appointed provincial governor Pei. It could be said that he was brave and resourceful. It was a pity that such a highly skilled person came and went like a divine dragon. One could only see his head but not his tail. Otherwise, if he could subdue this person and work for the imperial court, wouldn't he have a capable right-hand man? However, on second thought, this kind of person used his martial arts to violate the prohibition, plus his temperament was like a leisurely cloud or a leisurely crane. Perhaps he would not be bound by the rules of the officialdom. Holding the letter in his hand, Hu Yuanli thought, "Is the content of this letter true or false? If it is false, I will have nothing to show, unavoidably people will laugh at me. But if there is really something fishy about the Pring Prefecture case, why would those corrupt officials use this kind of trick just to give me some ridicule? Isn't it too senseless?" Hu Yuanli was silent for half a day. Finally he made up his mind. Without eating, he slapped the table and stood up. He shouted at the imperial bodyguards, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. By now they had surrounded his residence so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. "Quickly change your official clothes," he said. "We are going to the provincial governor's mansion." Chapter 902. The doors of the Feng provincial governor's residence opened and Pei Sun slowly walked out accompanied by a 50-year-old man. Pei Sun smiled and stopped, saying, "Prefectly, forgive me for not seeing you off." The 50-year-old man turned around and smiled, saying, "Envoy Pei, please wait." This 50-year-old man was dressed in a moon-white robe and wore a soft-legged cloak. A jade pendant hung from his waist. He looked gentle and refined with an extraordinary bearing. This person was the previous provincial governor of Feng province, Li Hao. The handover of a successor was very complicated. Other than the various affairs that needed to be handed over, there was also the various items in the treasury. All of these had to be checked and a list was made. Only after both parties signed and stamped could the predecessor leave. Pei Jun Ma did not understand this at all. If he had not been accompanied by an astute advisor from the succession hall, he would have immediately stamped his signature the moment Li Hao took out the handover list. However, this advisor had been a minor official for many years and was very proficient in the details. Under his guidance, Pei Jun Ma checked everything carefully. Li Hao had no choice but to focus and check everything one by one. As a result, he was delayed until now and could not leave. Pei Jun Ma's advisor was surnamed Mu, and his name was Mu Yu. He knew the sovereign's plan, so he was naturally unwilling to let Li Hao leave. However, even though he was very careful, there weren't many accounts that needed to be verified. Under normal circumstances, in another 2 days, Governor Li would be able to leave Feng province and take up his post in Shang province. Although Muyo was anxious, there was nothing he could do. Pei Jun Ma stopped and smiled, saying, "The day after tomorrow, I will hold a farewell banquet for Prefect Li. Prefect Li need not worry about leaving the residence. Everything has been prepared." When an official left his post, the local officials had to hold a farewell banquet to send him off. They also had to mobilize the local gentry to send him off. There were umbrellas for the people, tokens for the government of virtue, boots taking off. These kinds of tricks were indispensable. Regardless of whether the official was truly loved and respected by the people, this kind of etiquette was the duty of the succeeding official and his former subordinate. Li Hao smiled knowingly and cupped his hands, saying, "Thank you for your trouble." Li Hao turned and left the provincial governor's residence. When he was about to reach the intersection, he suddenly saw a group of people rushing over from the opposite direction. Silence plate, retreat plate, official title plate. Obviously, they were the ceremonial guards of officials. Li Hao thought it was some local official who came to flatter the new provincial governor. At first he did not pay much attention, but when the official title plate flitted across his eyes, he suddenly saw the words Jinshi GD and Imperial Censor. Li Hao was startled. He pondered for a moment, and his countenance immediately turned gloomy. The carriage moved slowly and gradually entered the long street. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the carriage and horses. Li Hao suddenly stuck his head out of the window and shouted sternly, "Stop!" He beckoned to his trusted steward, Lu Yuhuan, and waited for him to run in front of him. Suppressing his voice, he instructed, "You, go and keep an eye on the provincial governor's manor. Report back immediately if there are any movements." The steward was a man he was used to working with. As soon as he heard Ah Lang's order, he immediately knew what to do. He took 2 men with him, each with a horse, and returned to the alley. Only then did Li Hao shrink back into the carriage. The carriage continued to move forward, but Li Hao's heart was trembling, unable to calm down. He knew that the imperial court had sent an imperial censor to Pringzhou, but he did not expect to run into him today. It was not strange for the supervising imperial censor to come to Pringzhou today. He calculated that the day should have arrived by now. However, judging from his conversation with that Pei Juanma, this newly appointed provincial governor Pei did not know about imperial censor Hu's arrival, which was very unreasonable. If imperial censor Pei wanted to pay a private visit incognito, he should not have put on a guard of honor. Since he wanted to meet the provincial governor, he must put on a guard of honor. This was not only the dignity of an imperial envoy, it was also the etiquette of the imperial court. It was not only a respect for himself, it was also a respect for the provincial governor. But there was one thing: since this was his first time appearing in Pringzhou, he should have sent someone to the provincial governor's mansion earlier to notify him, so that the provincial governor could lead the provincial officials to welcome him. Although the supervising imperial censor's rank was not as high as the provincial governor's, he was assigned by the imperial court. He had the status of an imperial envoy. This was the etiquette that a local official ought to perform. Even if this was the first time they had met, the next time they wanted to pay a visit, they should have sent someone to deliver an invitation first. Otherwise, when the provincial governor was busy with official business, he just happened to have left his mansion or was in the middle of handling a major case. However, judging from Pei Juanma's earlier reaction and his repeated invitation to stay for a banquet, he did not know that imperial censor who was coming, and just now, imperial censor who and his entourage had left in too much of a hurry. It would have been fine if Li Hao's heart was magnanimous, but it just so happened that he had a guilty conscience, so the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Provincial Governor Li had already stepped down from his post, and his entire family had moved out of the provincial governor's mansion. Currently, they were living in the provincial inn. Li Hao returned to the inn in Pengzhou. He had just returned to his room to take off his outer robe and sit down to drink a cup of water. He had just picked up the second cup when Steward Lu scrambled back to the inn, gasping for breath as he yelled, "Ah Lang! Ah Lang!" Provincial Governor Li hurriedly stood up and asked, "You have returned? Did something happen?" Steward Lu panted heavily as he replied, "Ah Lang, that imperial censor had only entered the provincial governor's mansion for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn before Provincial Governor Pei sent someone to invite the prefectural judge to summon the 3 squads of bailiffs, Zhuang and Zhao, to the prefectural yamen. Not only that, he also sent someone to mobilize a battalion of regimental training. This lowly one recognized the person in the prefectural yamen, but that was all I asked. When I asked him what the provincial governor Darren intended to do, he did not know either." Pei Juanma suddenly mobilized 3 squads of bailiffs and bailiff. There were probably more than 100 bailiffs in the prefectural yamen. Not only that, he also wanted to mobilize a battalion of regimental training soldiers. What did this newly appointed provincial governor want to do? Each prefecture had regimental training envoys, and most of them were held by the provincial governor. They could mobilize regimental training soldiers, but unless they wanted to suppress bandits and the bandits were powerful, the provincial governor would rarely mobilize regimental training soldiers. Although regimental training soldiers were not the country's regular army, they were still an armed force. Once they were mobilized, they must immediately prepare a report to their superiors and explain the reason for mobilizing the soldiers. Li Hao had been the provincial governor of Pring Prefecture for 8 years, but he had only mobilized regimental training soldiers once. That time, it was to exterminate a group of 10 or so bandits. Now that Pei Juanma had just been appointed, why was he mobilizing troops? Imperial censor who had come to Pring Prefecture to investigate the grain storage case. Imperial censor who had just met with Provincial Governor Pei when Provincial Governor Pei hastily summoned all the bailiffs in the prefectural yamen. Not only that, but he also wanted to mobilize a battalion of regimental training soldiers. Following this line of thought, the answer was obvious. Provincial Governor Li's heartstrings trembled, and his hand slipped. The cup in his hand fell to the ground with a "paw" sound, shattering into pieces. Pei soon rode on his horse with a heavy expression on his face. Originally, his heart full of gratitude towards the outgoing prefectural governor Li Hao for his guidance had turned into anger. Tomorrow was the day they would meet, but while he was guarding the provincial governor's mansion, he had been deceived by Li Hao to the point of being infatuated with him. The moment he signed the contract, If there was a problem with the warehouse in the future, he, as the current supervisor, would be unable to absolve himself from the blame. Page Yuanma gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. In his heart, he thought, what a honey-mouthed, dagger-bellied old thief. Riding on his horse, Imperial Censor who turned his head back to look at the regimental training soldiers trailing behind him. Then, he looked at the 3 squads of bailiffs in front of him, who were armed with steel blades, iron chains, shackles, and whistling stick. He sighed inwardly, the gathering of these people is too slow. It took them more than 2 hours. However, Page Yuanma has just been appointed and doesn't know how to command the local officials, so it's not good to be too harsh on him. Although there was still a large number of former Provincial Governor Li's subordinates in the prefectural yamen, 2 hours was enough for them to gather information. If they had the intention to leak the secret, they would also have enough time to send out the news. However, Imperial Censor who wasn't worried. That was a granary, not a bag of rice. Even if the other party received the news and immediately reacted, it would still be too late. Hu Yuanli urged his horse closer to Pei Sun and asked, Envoy Pei, how far is the location of the grain storage from here? Pei Sun pointed forward with his horsewhip and replied, turn left forward, and it will be at the end of the long alley. Imperial Censor Hu, don't be anxious, we will immediately. Just as he said this, his body suddenly shook and he stared dumbfoundedly into the distance. He sat on his horse in a daze, unable to say a word. Hu Yuanli quickly turned his head to look and was momentarily stunned. At this time, it was dusk and the horizon was already dark. However, as far as the eye could see, there was a faint red light that flickered. Thick smoke spurted out and slowly spread out in the sky. It was as if a terrifying giant beast was struggling to jump out of the magma. Hu Yuanli's hands and feet immediately turned cold. After a while, Hu Yuanli and Pei Sun suddenly came to their senses and shouted at the same time, the granary is on fire. Quick! Put out the fire quickly. Chang'an Prefecture, Shen Mu's residence. Lan Jinhai quickly walked into Shen Mu's study and said, Young master, the deputy envoy of the Guanadao Prefecture, Zhao Haud, has resigned due to illness. He only sent someone to inform us. Shen Mu seemed to be a little surprised. After a moment of silence he said, That's fine. Let him stay out of this matter. If the fire between the obvious and hidden sects really starts to spread, it will not affect him. The so-called prefectural government was the official residence of the observer. The observer investigated the good and evil of the people, reported on the general situation of the country, and was in charge of everything from armors to wealth and folklore. He had great power and influence. In fact, this was the embryonic form of the Jidushi. The Guanadao had 26 prefectures under its jurisdiction, including the Dan province and the Feng province. Zhao Haud was the highest-ranking official of the hidden sect. As the deputy envoy of the Guanadao Prefecture, he was the spokesperson of the officialdom that was supported by the Ingyang Jing clan. The Ingyang Jing clan and the Longxili clan were the biggest supporters of the hidden sect. Therefore, this person supported the hidden sect. The hidden sect's rapid development in the Guanadao couldn't be separated from this person's strong support and help in the officialdom. Now that the Guanadao was on fire, the food shortage might not be suppressed. If a shocking case were to occur, a large number of heads would roll. As the deputy envoy of the Guanadao Prefecture, Zhao Haud wouldn't be able to escape. Therefore, he judged the situation and decisively resigned due to illness. This move was definitely backed by the Ingyang Jing clan. These people were equivalent to the aristocratic clans borrowing manpower from the hidden sect. The ones who could truly control them were the aristocratic clans and not the hidden sect. Those who were high-ranking officials weren't afraid of resigning. As long as they had someone in the imperial court backing them up, they could be reinstated at any time. They wouldn't have to go through so much trouble like those who had yet to step into the officialdom. The official position was a high threshold, and once one stepped into it, he would have leaped through the Dragon's Gate. When Lan Jinhai saw Shen Mu's frown, he consoled, however, our counterattack has been effective. Over at the hidden sect, Jiannan's Niu Ziyuan has returned to his hometown due to illness. Shannon's Ma Sanqin is also making arrangements for his funeral. Aristocratic clans cast their nets wide open to nurture scholarly officials, but only a few of them managed to rise to the top. Niu Ziyuan was one of them. He was from the Li clan of Zhao County, and he was currently the Jiannan salt transport envoy. Not only did he manage the salt industry in Jiannan, he also managed the wine industry in Jiannan. Shannon's Ma Sanqin was a salt merchant. He owned dozens of salt ponds and wells. In reality, he was a puppet. The one controlling him was the Zhao Commandery Li family. These two people had always had a close relationship with Xianzong. With a position like theirs, it was impossible for their butts to be clean. The hidden sect had just made a move against them, and the two of them smelled the scent and decisively retreated in order to advance. In fact, it didn't matter if the two of them retired. Niu Ziyuan had been in this position for nearly 3 years. Anyone who sat in this position for too long would incur the wrath of the heavens and the resentment of the people. Otherwise, he would have changed his position. Now that he retired to avoid the limelight, it could be considered as killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Ma Sanqin, he was a puppet that was manipulated by others, so it was not up to him to change people. But when the two of them retreated, it directly affected Xianzong. The Xianzong had a bigger business than the hidden sect, and their expenses were also higher. Suddenly losing 2 important sources of income was a huge loss. As Shen Mu thought about it, his face slowly revealed a smile that didn't look like a smile. Erlang, what should you do now? Chapter 903. Luoyang was covered in rain. These days, there were few sunny days and more cloudy days, with rain falling incessantly. Many households along the banks of the Luo River were flooded. Autumn should have been the season for a bountiful harvest of grain and fruits and vegetables, but because of the rain, the prices of grain and vegetables had soared. Yang Fan did not know about other families, but Steward Niu's eldest son was a farmer and his second son was a vegetable farmer. According to Steward Niu, his eldest son's crops were all submerged in the water. Regardless of whether they were fully ripe or not, the entire family was rushing to harvest and cut. They had even hired many temporary workers, and their income was half that of last year. It could be said that they had suffered heavy losses. As for his second son's family, their vegetable fields were all submerged in the water. Although the price of vegetables in the city was extremely high, and many rich families could only eat salted vegetables while the smaller families could only eat dried rice, he had only managed to harvest and sell a single plot of vegetables. How could he plant seeds in a vast ocean? The sudden rise in prices was not a big deal. What was important was that the tributaries near Luoyang had gone crazy from the days of heavy rain. 5 rivers circling Luoyang became 5 rivers surrounding Luoyang. Just yesterday, a county upstream had no choice but to break a breach and allow the river to flood into the villages in order to protect Luoyang. Although there were certain arrangements made by the government to allow the people to evacuate from the flood discharge area ahead of time so that no lives would be harmed, the loss of property to the local people was self-evident. After the flood, it would be a big problem to provide for the people's families and provide relief after the flood. The ponds in the palace that were usually used for sightseeing had long since been filled with water and had spread to the foundations of the palace. The sandbags piled up at the Black Tortoise Gate were almost as tall as a person, but the water from outside the palace was pouring in through the palace's drainage system and could not be completely stopped. Wu Zetian had the same problem as most old people. The ministers had urged her again and again, but she was unwilling to leave the palace to avoid danger. Wouldn't people laugh at the majestic emperor who had been frightened out of her wits by a few heavy rains? She felt that as long as she persisted for a few more days, the rain would stop and the floodwaters would be drained. Yang Fan had a heavy responsibility, so he could only stand guard at the Black Tortoise Gate with the Luoyang government and the Bureau of Revenue's water controller. They took shifts, constantly observing the situation so that they could respond promptly. Even under these circumstances, news from the outside world was still delivered to him through various channels. Now that a group of workers had been mobilized outside the palace to build embankments and drain the floodwaters, people came and went. Actually, if they wanted to deliver news to him, it would be much more convenient than during peaceful times. Yang Fan stood on top of the sandbag, which was as tall as a human head and as wide as 2 steps. He was wearing a straw raincoat. The muddy rainwater mixed with dead branches and leaves washed his feet over and over again. He was standing barefoot on the sandbag, and the backs of his feet were already pale from being soaked. Hua! There was another splash, and the bubbles quickly burst. A dead rat's swollen body floated over. Yang Fan moved away in disgust. Beside him, a man wearing the same straw raincoat moved a few steps with him and continued to report. The deputy inspector of the Guanyi Road, Zhao Haud, has resigned due to illness. However, on our side, Niu Ziyuan and Ma Sanqin had no choice but to give up the powerful salt administration power. It could be said that both sides suffered losses. Yang Fan stared at the swirling turbid stream in front of him, without saying a word. That person sighed and then said, "If the two sides continue to be at a stalemate like this, I fear that both sides will suffer great losses." Yang Fan glanced at him and said faintly, "Is this your intention, or the intention of the elders in the sect?" That person hurriedly said, "It is this subordinate's personal intention." This person was called Wang Yuchen. He had become a jinshi, but he had always been a candidate official. He had waited for more than a decade. While his family had not reached a point where they had no food to eat, for someone as hot-blooded as him, it was a waste of his ambition. Disheartened, he had been chosen by the Xian sect and slowly taken in. This person had entered the Xian sect 10 years ago, but he didn't know what organization he was working for. It wasn't until not long ago when Yang Fan had read the records of the people in the sect that he had a discerning eye and put him in the center. In 10 years, this person had completely merged with the succession hall. There was no problem with his loyalty. Yang Fan smiled and said, But you have to know, while we have lost 2 wings, these 2 wings originally had a heavy burden on them. While they can support it, they cannot fly high. In this battle, as long as we defeat the hidden sect, we will be able to remove this heavy burden. Even if these wings are injured, once they heal, they will be much more useful than they are now. Wang Yuchen bowed and said, "Yes." Yang Fan thought for a moment and then said, "What do the people of the Heaven Observation Division think?" The seriousness on Wang Yuchen's face faded slightly and he said, "They all support the sect head." Not just them, all the divisions of the Xian sect fully support the sect head's decision. Last time, we lost to the hidden sect in Chang'an, and no one is satisfied. We have long wanted to fight with them again to determine who is stronger. Yang Fan nodded, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. He said, "That is good." The entire Xian sect could be said to be united against a common enemy. Even those subordinates with strong family backgrounds temporarily broke away from the influence of the families behind them. Or they were outwardly in opposition to their families, but in reality, they fully supported Yang Fan's decision. They were all people of flesh and blood with their own consciousness. They had operated in the succession hall for many years and had their own circle of benefit. Right now, they were bound together with the succession hall for good and for bad. There was no reason for them to advance or retreat together. This way, Yang Fan's control over the Xian sect became stronger and stronger. In Yang Fan's heart, the Heaven Observation Division was still the most important. He felt that the Heaven Observation Division was the center of the succession hall and the soul of the entire succession hall. It was a pity that in front of young Master Jiang, who had single-handedly created the succession hall, because of young Master Jiang's power and the unparalleled prestige, The Heaven Observation Division had never been used. Yang Fan was different. He did not believe that one person's intelligence could surpass the intelligence of a group of wise people. No matter how wise this person was, there was a limit to one person's energy. How could one person's energy not be overlooked at all? So he had already strengthened the use of the Heaven Observation Division. This time, the Xian sect and the Hidden sect had drawn in the power of the government. This caused great wariness among the 7 great families. Some people who knew that they had the backing of the 7 great families were quickly retreating, erasing all traces of them in the succession hall to avoid being implicated. The power gap left by the withdrawal of these powerful people needed the people of the Heaven Observation Division to fill. These people were all people of great intelligence, but it was a pity that they only had the power to advise, and the sect master almost never accepted them. Now that they could suddenly do some specific things and truly grasp power, it would be strange if they did not wholeheartedly support Yang Fan and be loyal to Yang Fan. Yang Fan thought seriously and said, "Let them send as many troops as they want, we will just attack their weakest point. Even if we have to suffer some losses temporarily, as long as we can find a breakthrough point in the ration storage, the rest will be up to us. Go back and tell them not to mind the Hidden sect's provocations and attacks on us in other aspects. Just bite on their only weakness and make sure to make them suffer." "Yes." Wang Yuqin squinted her eyes and looked at the gloomy sky. She then walked away. There was a small boat docked there. It was a rare sight to see a boat in Luoyang City. He was disguised as a foreman transporting the sand and stones and couldn't leave for now. He could only leave after the small boats transporting the sand and stones were all unloaded. Just now, Yang Fan was pointing as though he was telling him which areas needed reinforcement and how much sand and stones were needed. Now that they separated, Yang Fan went to the top of the city wall and met with Commander Huang Xuchang, who was on duty at the Mystic Martial Gate today. The obvious sect and the hidden sect were fighting like wildfire. Why did the 7 influential clans only advise, threaten, and even watch them fight? Why did they only withdraw their direct descendants to prevent them from being implicated? It wasn't that they didn't want to exert their influence, but when the succession hall became independent from the hidden sect and became its own faction, young Master Jiang also started to manage his own faction in the succession hall. From then on, be it in politics, economy, or culture, the succession hall had a faction that belonged to him. From then on, the 7 influential clans might still be able to exert influence on the succession hall to a large extent, but they were no longer able to command the succession hall as though they were their own arms. They also couldn't rely on their powerful influence and economic strength to allow the succession hall to continue being trampled upon. This was like a certain empire in the future where 2 factions were competing. As the financial groups supporting them, it was impossible for them to obey their will in any policy. The factions had their own strength and interest. Sometimes, when they were powerful enough, they could even control the financial groups behind them. In the Feng province's granary, Page Yuanma's face was ashen as he looked at the few granaries that were still billowing with smoke. Fortunately, he had brought many bailiffs and regiment commanders. With the participation and supervision of these people, no one dared to slack and allow the fire to spread. However, it wasn't that easy to extinguish a fire in a granary. Currently, they were only controlling the spread of the fire and extinguishing most of the open fire. However, the hidden fire in the granary was still burning. No one could enter and no one could extinguish it. Hu Yuanli stood there in a daze. The beard on his chin had curled up, and when he stroked it, his hand would turn black. His beard was already burnt to a crisp. The few granaries that were on fire were the granaries that the Wanderer had pointed out in the flying dagger message. He didn't expect those corrupt officials to be so daring and to grasp the timing so well. He might have come quickly, but the other party actually destroyed the evidence one step ahead of him. lax supervision had caused the granaries to catch fire. No matter how serious this dereliction of duty was, it wasn't as serious as corruption. What he didn't know was that if it wasn't for the fact that the original provincial governor, Li Hao, had coincidentally come out of the provincial governor's fu today and met him, and that Li Hao was abnormally alert due to his guilt, the other party would not have been able to react in time today. It really was the will of the heavens that things had reached this stage. As Page Yuanma's aide, Mu Yu did not feel the humiliation of being played around in the palm of the owner's hand. He stared at the 4 granaries that were still billowing with smoke and thought calmly for a moment. Suddenly, he took 2 steps forward and whispered something to Page Yuanma. Page Yuanma would only be cowardly in front of the domineering Yi and Junju. Everything in front of him made him not doubt Imperial Messenger whose accusations at all. When Mu Yu spoke, Page Yuanma clapped his hands together and said viciously, "Fine. Let's do this." Chapter 904. No one would be able to find anything from the few granaries that had been burned. Regardless of what mechanisms were in place or how much food was missing, all the crimes had been buried in the ashes by the fire. However, it was also possible that the hands and feet in those granaries were the easiest to find, so they were set on fire. However, if there was a large hamster in this Fengzhou granary, then the food that he had touched might not be limited to the few granaries that had been burned. Although they had arrived a step late, they had played a great role in controlling the fire. Many of the granaries that should have been burned were still intact. Since this was the case, they might as well pretend that there were no problems with the 4 granaries that had been burned. They would investigate the other granaries one by one. If there were any gaps, they would still be able to find clues. Although this was only one possibility, they had no other choice. Page Yuanma obeyed Advisor Mu's words and immediately ordered a regiment of soldiers to guard the Fengzhou granary. They were to seal all the account books, detain all the officials in the granary, and stop all the activities of entering and leaving the granary. In reality, this was already an act of shedding all pretense of cordiality in the officialdom. In a situation where there was no concrete evidence, this was an act of complete distrust towards the officials in Fengzhou. If they still couldn't find anything, it would be equivalent to completely breaking off relations with the local officials. No official would make such a decision easily. However, it just so happened that these 2 officials had special statuses. One of them was an imperial censor from the capital. Even if he wasn't well liked here, he could just go back to the capital. The other was a relative of the emperor. If he didn't become an official, his family would still be a Juanma. If he became an official, he would still have to return to the capital to become a Juanma after a few years. In addition, Pei Junma came from a wealthy family and hadn't gone through any hardships since he was young. To put it nicely, he had a clear personality and was determined to forge ahead. To put it bluntly, he was a rash person who didn't care about his future. As a result, the provincial governor and the imperial censor hit it off well. Besides, the most serious measure he had taken was to detain all the officials in Pengzhou's granary. But even if these officials were not corrupt, causing such a big fire would still be considered dereliction of duty. If they were detained, there would not be any serious consequences. It was also Mu Yu's idea to use the regiments to guard the Pang Province granary. In his view, the fact that the Pang Province granary had been discovered so quickly meant that there were corrupt officials' spies in the provincial governor's manor. Moreover, the regiments were usually useless, so these corrupt officials would most likely not try to make friends with them. Even if there were spies among them, as long as the entire battalion was not filled with corrupt officials, there would not be any major mistakes if they were to supervise each other. Pei Juanma did not have any ideas, so naturally he would do whatever he was told to do. He immediately gave the order for 3 groups of bailiffs to arrest the people, including the 1st Song Ling, 2nd Song Qing, 4th Song Fu, 8th Song Shi, 5th Supervisor, 4th Dianshi, and 6th Zhang Gu. Actually, according to the regulations of the Pang Province Granary, there should be 5 dianshur. It was just that dianshur Kuzhao had already fled to avoid debts and escaped this calamity. Soon after, Page Yuanma exercised his authority as the provincial governor and ordered the regiments to be stationed at the Pang Province Granary. Everyone, including the night watchman, and the minor officials in charge of daily affairs, were all expelled from the Pang Province Granary. Before the investigation of the case was completed, not a single person was allowed to enter. Only this Lord Page Yuanma, who treated being an official as a holiday, could have such boldness. Inside the inn, Li Hao could not sleep at all. All kinds of information flowed in like a stream. Hearing about the various measures taken by Page Yuanma, Provincial Governor Li was secretly shocked. He did not expect that the seemingly inexperienced Page Yuanma would actually have such ruthless and meticulous method. Seeing Ah Lang's restless appearance, Steward Lu said, "Ah Lang need not worry. The granaries have already been burned. What else can they find out?" Li Hao shook his head lightly and said, "The tricky thing is, we do not know how much of the food deficit is. In total, only 4 granaries were burned. If they were to become ruthless and investigate all the granaries, there would still be a large amount of food deficit that could not be matched. In the end, they would not be able to solve the problem." However, this Tseng Yutian was arrested and sent to prison. Tseng Yutian was the granary commander of Pang Province, a secondary class, rank 7 official. An ordinary county official would only be a rank 7 official. If it was not for the fact that he was in charge of such a large granary base, his official position would not be so high. From this, one could see the importance of Pang Province's granaries. Steward Lu thought for a moment and said, "How about this lowly one go and make some inquiries?" Li Hao remained silent. Steward Lu said, "Ah Lang need not worry. Which part of Pang Province doesn't have our men? That imperial censor who cannot interfere in the affairs of the prefecture, and Page Yuanma is a newcomer. We can only keep an eye on them. They won't be able to discover us." Provincial Governor Li finally nodded and said, "Be careful, don't give yourself away." Steward Lu said, "This lowly one understands." After he finished speaking, he quickly retreated. Provincial Governor Li sat down dejectedly. After feeling melancholic for a long time, he let out a long sigh. Actually, there was no need for him to make inquiries. He also knew that the food deficit was definitely not small. Pang Province's granaries were built during the Sui dynasty. When the Sui dynasty was destroyed and the dynasty changed, the granaries that were full of food didn't even have time to be used. After the Tang dynasty was founded, Pang Province's granaries continued to be used as a strategic reserve for the imperial court. However, ever since the founding of the country, this granaries had never been used, not even during the Great Drought in Guangzhou. That was because although the distance from here to Guangzhou was relatively short, transporting food from here to Guangzhou could only be done by land. It might not even be as efficient as transporting food from the Central Plains. On one hand, the granaries stored here were used to guard against disasters in the local area and the surrounding areas. On the other hand, the granaries were used as rations for the border army. When the granaries reached the upper limit of their storage period, they would report it to the imperial court and sell it at a low price. Then, they would buy new grain at the market price and continue to store it. This cycle would gradually breed their greed. If they waited until the grain reached the upper limit of their storage period before selling it, then the price wouldn't be high. But what if they sold it earlier? What if they sold it at 80% of the new grain? In any case, the imperial court never had any use for the reserves here. They could sell the new grain in advance and wait until the storage period was up before reporting to the imperial court to ask for it to be sold. In reality, the grain would have been sold by then. They would only need to go through the accounts and they would be able to make a lot of money from the price difference. Thus, they reached out to Pang Province's granaries, conspiring from top to bottom to corrupt the entire province. Unexpectedly, they would meet a tiger after climbing the mountain. Li Hao suddenly thought of the Guangzhou grain merchant surnamed Shen and couldn't help but shiver inwardly. Perhaps because there were more and more people participating and more grain being sold, this matter gradually became less of a secret. At the end of the autumn of the year before last, the merchant surnamed Shen suddenly came to his door and threatened him with conclusive evidence to borrow grain. If this matter was leaked, it would be a crime of beheading. Due to the laws of the imperial court, Li Hao had no choice but to comply. He could only take 150,000 dan from the granaries that were already in great deficit and lend it to the grain merchant surnamed Shen. The grain merchant surnamed Shen had said that he would repay the loan in full the next year, but he kept delaying it until today. He had thought that it would be the autumn harvest soon this year and this deficit could be made up. Who knew that the imperial court would suddenly send someone to check the account? Looking at their posture, it was clear that they were suspicious of Pang Province's granaries. The more Li Hao thought, the more afraid he became. Could it be, my luck has come to an end? In the Feng Prefecture's prison, the lights were as small as a bean. The dim prison cell was already packed with people. The prison door opened with a bang. A person walked in with a large wooden bucket. He used a rice ladle to knock on the edge of the bucket and said, "Time to eat, time to eat." The person carried the wooden bucket and scooped out rice porridge like he was pouring pig feed. He walked to the innermost cell. When the short and fat middle-aged man with a mustache walked weakly to the bars, the person giving out porridge suddenly raised his head and called out in a low voice, "Tsing Tsong Ling." This distressed middle-aged man was the Pang Province's Tsing Yutian. When he saw the face of the person giving out porridge outside, Tsing Tsong Ling's body trembled. He cried out involuntarily, "Steward Lu." Lu Yuhuan put a finger to his lips. Tsing Yutian immediately closed his mouth in alarm. He lowered his voice and said anxiously, "We've already lit the fire according to the prefect's orders. Now that we're all locked up in prison, what should we do?" Steward Lu said in a low voice, "Fire due to negligence. At most, you'll be exiled for 3,000 li. Don't worry, as long as our Lang is here, how can we not think of a way to save you? Once the sentence is out, you'll be sent to wherever you go. With a letter from our Lang, who won't give you face. You just need to grit your teeth." Tsing Tsong Ling also knew what was more important. He could only grit his teeth and nod heavily. He asked, "Then what are you doing here?" Steward Lu said, "Can these 4 warehouses cover up all the deficits? It looks like Pei Juanma is going to check every warehouse. If there's still a deficit that can't be covered up, we'll have to think of another way. Otherwise, they'll have something on us." Tsing Tsong Ling said with a bitter expression, "How can those 4 warehouses cover up all the deficits? We'll have to burn 1 warehouse and 2 warehouses. I was going to be ruthless and light 10 warehouses at once. Who knew they'd come so quickly and cut off the source of the fire?" Steward Lu said impatiently, "You only said how much is left?" Tsing Tsong Ling rolled his eyes and estimated for a while. He said dejectedly, "My mind is in a mess right now. I can't think of anything right now." He grabbed the wooden fence and looked left and right. He lowered his voice and said to Steward Lu, "There's an account book hidden in my house. There's an exact number on it. Go to my house and tell my concubine, Do. Ask her to bring it to you." Steward Lu nodded and filled a bowl with porridge for him. Then, he took the bucket and slowly left. Tsing Tsong Ling's house wasn't far from Peng Prefecture's granary. Although he was a secondary 7th-rank official, his house wasn't very big, but it was very exquisite. In the spring of the year before last, Tsing Tsong Ling's wife died of illness. After that, he didn't remarry. He only bought a maid from Peng Chun brothel to serve him as a concubine. The news that all the officials in Peng Prefecture's granary had been captured in one fell swoop naturally reached the Tsing family. Everyone in the Tsing family was alarmed when they heard it. Madame Ru cried loudly as if the sky had collapsed. The family tossed and turned until late at night. Just then, Steward Lu quietly came to visit. Madame Ru knew everything about her Lang Jun. When she heard that the former prefect Li's steward had come to visit, she quickly asked someone to invite him into the study. She wiped her tears and rushed to the study to meet him. When she saw Steward Lu in the study, Madame Ru's tears, which had just stopped, couldn't help but flow down again. She pleaded, "Steward Lu, my Lang Jun has always worked hard for Prefect Li and is willing to be his dog. Now that he's in trouble, please put in a good word for him in front of the prefect. You must save him." Chapter 905. Steward Lu often interacted with Tsing Tsongling, so he often saw Madame Ru. However, his tone was not as polite as usual. Even if Tsing Tsongling only charged him with negligence, he would not be able to keep his position. Why would Steward Lu still care about his wife? Seeing the woman crying, Steward Lu frowned and said impatiently, "Miss Tsing, now is not the time to cry. Quickly go and get your Longjuan's account book. If you want to save his life, you have to do it here." The woman was stunned for a moment and quickly agreed. She quickly turned around and ran to the back of the house. Tsing Songling's account book was usually kept by her, so it was hidden well. The woman took the account book and quickly put it in her pocket before returning to the study room. Steward Lu was pacing around in the study room. The woman hurriedly came in and closed the door. Just as she took out the account book, Steward Lu snatched it away. Lu Yuhuan was a steward in the prefecture chief's residence, so he was naturally proficient in accounting. He flipped open the account book and understood Tsing Yotian's way of keeping account. Steward Lu read 10 lines at a time and quickly skimmed through. When he flipped to the last page, he pinched his fingers and calculated. He had a rough idea and thought to himself, about 100,000 stone grains, and we still need such a large amount? Where can we find the money in such a short time? I'll let Alang worry about this. The woman saw that he was mumbling to himself and did not dare to disturb him. She only looked at him anxiously. Only then did she timidly ask, "Steward Lu, my Langjun is detained in the prison. Does the prefecture chief have any ideas?" Steward Lu glanced at her in annoyance. Suddenly, he had an idea. The woman was small and exquisite. She was about 26 or 27 years old, but her figure was as petite as a young girl. The caller had just taken out the account book from inside, but in his panic, he forgot to cover it up, revealing a lush green bra. It was as smooth as milk, and it was as white and smooth as milk. Her cleavage was deep and even more alluring. Steward Lu did not understand simple adjectives like a child's complexion and large breasts, but he could tell at a glance. Coupled with the fact that she had just cried, her eyes were slightly red and her hair was messy. That kind of charm was even more lovable. This young woman was originally from a brothel. She had the nickname Little Jean Do. She and another young lady with the nickname Fragrant Fan Peng were equally famous in Pengzhou. Both of them were known for their dainty, petite, round, and moist appearance. Although Steward Lu was a member of the governor's household, he could not afford to visit a first-class brothel. He had never tasted such an enchanting woman before. Later on, although he and Tsing Tsongling called each other brothers, in fact, Tsing Tsongling was an official of the imperial court. He respected him because he was the steward of Li Taishou's mansion. Although little Jean Do was only Tsing Tsongling's wife, he did not dare to look her in the eye, let alone have any fantasies. But now it was different. Even if Tsing Yutian could keep his life, he was doomed to fail, and the calamity of imprisonment was unavoidable. The little girl in front of him was only Tsing Yotian's concubine and could not make any decisions. Even if the Tsing family's property was not confiscated, when Tsing Yotian's family came to dispose of the property, he did not know where this little girl would end up. Thinking of this, Steward Lu suddenly had evil thoughts. He sneered and threatened her, "Don't hold too much hope. Tsing Yutian will most likely be beheaded. At that time, his property will be confiscated, and a woman like you will be treated as an official's slave. From then on, you will be a slave or a maid, and you will never be able to rise again. Little Jean Doe's vision darkened. Her legs gave way and she fell to the ground. She cried out involuntarily, "How could this be? How could this be?" Suddenly, she came to her senses. She hurriedly crawled 2 steps forward and hugged Steward Lu's thigh. She pleaded bitterly, "My Lang works for the governor. At this critical moment, the governor can't just stand by and do nothing. If the imperial court really finds out the truth, the governor can't escape either." Steward Lu said in a carefree manner, "Are you threatening me? The saying that a prince who breaks the law is the same as a commoner is just a bluff. Haven't you heard that a doctor can't be punished? My Lang is a governor. Even if the truth is found out, the worst that can happen is that he will lose his position and be dismissed. But your Lang Jun is the seal officer of Tsongjing in Feng Province. If we don't kill him, how can we restore justice to the world?" Little Jean Doer was a woman. She only learned poetry and songs in the brothel. She had never dabbled in the law of litigation. As soon as she heard these words, she was so frightened that her heart felt like it was going to explode. She couldn't help but cry and kowtow, saying, "My Langjun works for the governor. Governor, you can't abandon my husband. Steward Lu, I beg you. You are a good person. Please put in a good word for my Langjun in front of the governor." The woman was petite and had a small waist. When she bent down to kneel, her buttocks were like the moon. Steward Lu's eyes burned with lust. He smiled and bent down to help her up. He smiled hypocritically and said, "I am the governor's confidant. If I put in a good word for you, I can ask for the governor's help. But how are you going to thank me?" Little Jean Doe looked up and saw the smile on Steward Lu's face. Her heart skipped a beat and she subconsciously covered her chest. Her voice trembled as she stepped back. What are you doing?" The light on the window frame lit up. A figure could be seen pouncing forward like a gray wolf. There was a delicate cry followed by the sound of ripping cloth. Not long after, the silhouette on the window frame became clear. Under the light, a delicate and timid little person could be seen kneeling on the table like a kitten. Behind her, there was a person with his shirt unbuttoned. She kept crying out when he bumped into her, "Chang'an." Shenmu held the news in his hand. He tapped the table with his fingers and did not speak for a long time. Lan Jinhai paced around him. He wanted to say something but stopped. After a while, Shenmu suddenly slammed the table heavily. He stood up and said, "Forget it. So what if I go to Luoyang? I'll go to Luoyang and meet this Beta Persei boy." Lan Jinhai turned pale with fright. He hurriedly advised, "Sect Master, you can't. Sect Master, you must not lose your sense of propriety. That provincial governor of Feng Province is not one of us. At worst, we'll just cut off all contact with him. Sect Master, why do you have to put yourself in danger? We don't know what that Yang Fan has prepared in Luoyang. That place is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den." Shen Mu said calmly, "This contest is between the obvious and hidden sects. To make them submit, we have to defeat them fair and square. Murder, assassination, and killing their leaders won't solve any problems. It will only deepen the hatred between the two sides. I won't do such a thing, and he won't do it either. Now that Yang Fan is using the power of the Guan family to bully me, I'm far away in Chang'an. Every piece of news has to be sent here. Before we can come up with a countermeasure, the other side has already made changes. In this way, we're falling behind in every aspect. How can we not be at a disadvantage? I'll go to Luoyang and fight it out with him face to face." Shinmu paused, then asked, "Has Zhao Yu been summoned back?" Lan Jinhai nodded. "Yes. He'll probably arrive in Chang'an in 2 or 3 days." Shinmu's face darkened. "He doesn't need to come to Chang'an. Send him directly to Longyu to work for Zhang Yi. He doesn't need to return to the Central Plains ever again." Lan Jinhai hurriedly said, Sect Master, Zhao Yu did it out of his loyalty to you. Although he acted on his own, Shen Mu said coldly, if I don't punish him, doesn't that mean that everyone can act on their own in the future as long as they pretend to be loyal to me? I'm not being fair in this matter. I'm only fair in this matter. He did something wrong, so he must be punished. Lan Jinhai said, but it's too harsh to never return to the Central Plains. Sect Master, do you want to reconsider? Shen Mu said, there's no need to reconsider. It's decided. Lan Jinhai had no choice but to agree. Then, I'll make arrangements as soon as possible. Shen Mu nodded and said, although Li Hao isn't one of us, we still have to protect him if we can. Now that Zhao Haod has resigned from his position as the deputy observer of the Guanyi circuit, our power in the bureaucracy is too weak. If we can protect Li Hao, we will have another weakness in our hands. When he becomes the provincial governor of the Shangzhou province, it will be of great help to us. All these years, Shen Mu had been developing his power in secret. However, because his initial strength was far inferior to the obvious sect, many things could only be carried out in secret. In addition, he had only been rising for a short period of time, and the investment period to support a spokesperson in the bureaucracy was too long. Therefore, the hidden sect's power in the bureaucracy was actually very limited. Currently, other than the deputy observer of the Guanyi circuit, Zhao Haod, who had temporarily retired to avoid the limelight, the only notable figure in the hidden sect's bureaucracy was the Yenzhou prefecture's chief clerk, Yi Lu. Zhao Haod had the backing of the Xingyang Jing clan, while Yi Luyu had the backing of the Longxili clan. The Longxili clan supported the hidden sect because there were too few Longxili clan members in the obvious sect, and their influence was limited. Therefore, the Longxili clan and the Xingyang Zheng clan supported the hidden sect vigorously. Even so, in the eyes of these two clans, the hidden sect was just a tool for them to expand their power and influence. Naturally, they wouldn't hand over all the official powers that they controlled to the hidden sect. The Xingyang Zheng clan only handed over Zhao Haod, while the Longxili clan handed over Yi Lu. Shen Mu pondered for a moment and said, let's do it this way. Ask Yi Luyu to get a batch of rations from Yenzhou. Now that the early maturing crops have started to be harvested, we can buy it at a high price. We can even buy it from the wealthy landlords in Yenzhou. In short, we have to gather 100,000 dong and help Li Hao fill up this deficit. Originally, this is what I owe him. Lan Jinhai frowned and said, Yenzhou has prepared a warehouse for Wuchang and 100,000 dong of rations. Where can he gather it in such a short time? Shen Mu smiled and said, don't worry, he has a way. Lan Jinhai saw the situation and tactfully didn't ask any more. Shen Mu laughed at himself and shook his head. Erlang, oh Erlang, you are really amazing. You finally forced me to tear down the east wall to pay the west wall. Shen Mu sighed and said to Lan Jinhai, be more cautious. Don't let Hu Yuanli get hold of you again. I am going to Luoyang, and my safety is not a problem. I don't intend to fight or kill with him. To me and him, the bravery of an ordinary man is not something that can be put on the stage. In this place, just the transmission of information and traveling back and forth will cause us to miss many opportunities. Lan Jinhai nodded and quietly retreated. Shen Mu's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself, Erlang, I am here to see your good methods. You better not disappoint me. His eyes were deep and filled with treachery. Even those who were most familiar with him couldn't tell what he was plotting. Chapter 906. Pang Prefecture was taken over by the regimental troops, and all grain imports and exports were stopped. Pei Junma was truly ruthless. Every day, he personally went to the Pang Prefecture granaries and personally supervised the grain count. All the signs showed that the number of officials involved in the grain storage embezzlement was not small. However, under Pei Junma's direct supervision, no one could do anything. At most, they could hint to their people to slack off and stall for time. The accounts of the Pang Prefecture granaries were very messy. Even an expert auditor would have to spend a lot of effort. As for how many people were involved in the Pang Prefecture region, Pei Jun Ma was not clear. Thus, he did not dare to give the accounts to the local government's accountant. He only sealed the copied accounts and handed them to his trusted aide from the capital for safekeeping. He also sent someone home to urgently transfer his own accountant to assist in the audit. Now, what Pei Jun Ma did every day was to personally go to the Pang Prefecture granaries to supervise the grain count. At night, he would seal the granaries and leave behind a few servants to guard the granaries. Once all the grain was accounted for, if there was any discrepancy, then he would make trouble. During this period of time, Pei Jun Ma also took the time to interrogate the granaries. These people naturally insisted that there was no mistake in the grain storage and that it was an accidental fire. These people all had the status of officials. Pei Jun Ma did not have the imperial edict. Even if he brazenly detained them, it would be somewhat excessive, and he could not use torture to extort a confession. The next day, Governor Li pretended to be muddle-headed and came to the provincial governor's residence to hand over the grain. Pei Jun Ma's temper flared up and he did not give him a good expression. Now, even an idiot would understand that this matter most likely had something to do with him. Otherwise, under his watch, no one in the Pang Prefecture granaries would be able to commit such a big crime. The prefectural officials had full authority over the local granaries. If Pei Jun Ma did not sign, Governor Li could not leave and could only resentfully return to his residence. However, although he pretended to be angry and humiliated, he was actually extremely frightened. That night, Steward Liu had already retrieved the account books. Even if the 4 granaries that had been burned were counted as full, there would still be a difference of 100,000 dong. Such a large sum could not be made up by falsifying the accounts or using the reason that the storage records were lagging behind. Governor Li was shocked and afraid. He secretly dispersed his relatives, hid his property, and even began to prepare for his funeral. Who would have thought that the demon in his heart would suddenly turn into a bodhisattva and descend from the sky? The Shun grain merchant from Guangzhou had sent someone to bring him a piece of great news. The owed grain would be returned immediately. However, Shen Mu could return the grain to him. Right now, Peng Zhou's warehouse was under Pei Junma's watch. It was unreasonable for the grain to be placed outside. How could he transport it into the warehouse under the watchful eyes of everyone? This was something that Governor Li had to think about. However, Governor Li was not worried about this. What he was most worried about was not being able to produce 100,000 dong of grain out of thin air. As for entering the warehouse, there would always be a way. These days, more and more Pengzhou officials came and went from Governor Li's residence. Some came under the guise of seeing off the old governor, others came to complain on behalf of the old governor, and there were also those who felt that they were not trusted by the new assassination envoy and came to complain to their old superiors. Pei Junma saw all of this but did not pay any attention to them. He simply did not consider that he had offended so many people. If the case could not be solved, he would lose the cooperation of his subordinates as Pengzhou's provincial governor. Once a decree left the residence, it would be like a piece of waste paper. How could he continue doing this? There was no place for idiots in officialdom, but there would occasionally be an idiot with a backer who would cause others to worry about him before he left. During these days, Hu Yuanli did not wait for the mysterious wandering hero to send him a warning letter. As a result, he took the initiative to search for clues related to the Pengzhou granary case. If there really was a problem with the Pengzhou granary, the officials involved would not just be the direct supervisor of the Pengzhou granary. If he mistakenly found an official related to the case to cooperate with the investigation, it would be tantamount to asking a tiger for its skin. Thus, like Pei Junma, he cast aside the Pengzhou officials and worked alone. Page Yuanma sealed the accounts of the Pengzhou granary and counted the grain. He then traveled to the 4 villages to find the local evidence. In this era, the main form of tax paid by the commoners was grain. The taxes of the villages were collected by the Li Zheng, and the commoners handed the grain to the Li Zheng. The Li Zheng would then gather the grain in the counties. The counties would then be counted by the county clerk and county lieutenant and then sent to the state granary. The state granary would then, according to the amount approved by the Ministry of Revenue, be kept in the prefecture, transported to the capital, or stored in the warehouse. Although there were many prefectures and counties in the world, they all used this method. As of now, Page Yuanma was investigating in the prefecture to verify the accounts. The imperial censor who was investigating from the prefecture capital downwards, following the prefecture, the county, the village and the people who paid in grain. If the prefectural granary had done a flawless job on the accounting books, he would be able to find clues through the layers of detailed accounts below. In the past few days, Gu Zhuting and her brothers were also using their own methods to investigate this case. They were Jianghu people who came and went from high places to high places. Their martial arts skills were naturally extraordinary, but when it came to investigating cases and finding clues, they were far inferior to imperial censor who was an expert. What they could do was to use their expertise to monitor the mansions of some local officials who had a bad reputation. They also had to send people to monitor the Pengzhou granary to prevent anyone from tampering. After a few days of secret surveillance, Gu Zhuting and her 3 brothers actually managed to eavesdrop on a few officials who were involved in the case. Unfortunately, the conversations they eavesdropped on could not be used as evidence in court. They were also not naive enough to think that they could use it as evidence. It was simply impossible for the court to arrest an official just by randomly popping out a few righteous men or wanderers and saying that they had overheard someone say something. If they revealed their true identity and said that they were sent by Yang Fan, then the first person to fall into trouble would definitely be Yang Fan. Greed for grain reserves, no matter how vile, would not be more serious than a court official secretly sending people to spy on other court officials. But at least with this clue, they could focus on these officials who were involved in the case. At this critical juncture, how could they not think of a way to save themselves? With this stare, they really found a problem. Wu Zetian stubbornly believed that the flood could not destroy the palace. Even if the civil and military officials, the members of the imperial family repeatedly urged them to leave, and Princess Taiping and the Crown Prince knelt on the ground and begged, they were still unwilling to leave Luoyang. The civil and military officials in the court complained incessantly, but if the emperor did not leave, they naturally could not leave either. However, there were countless people like Yang Fan who first sent their wives, concubines, children, and grandchildren out of the city. The emperor did not leave, and the officials responsible for controlling the flood upstream and in the Luoyang area were even more worried and stressed. These days, it was no longer a problem for the prices of goods to rise. Every day, the news the palace received was about where there were landslides, where there were mudslides, where bridges had been washed away, and where soldiers and civilians had been drowned. Every day there was no good news. A temple by the Luoshui River had been washed away, the water transport channels had completely lost their function, and the boats that operated were completely useless in the surging flood. Fortunately, the Tianjin Bridge had just been rebuilt the year before, and the stone bridge frame and bridge were very sturdy. Otherwise, the bridge would probably have been washed away. In Luoyang, although the officials reported to the imperial palace every day, in reality, the imperial court and the various government offices were all paralyzed. It was impossible to carry out official business under these circumstances. Every day, the officials came to the palace on small boats or in the water. Their wretched state was hard to describe. They had come to persuade the emperor to leave the capital, but the emperor continued to do as he pleased. This situation only began to change when the Chongqing Gate collapsed and the women's hospital became a dangerous building. The imminent danger finally made the stubborn emperor realize that the flood was like a ferocious beast that could not be caged and was right next to her. Thus, under the urging of the civil and military officials, Wu Zetian finally agreed to move to the Three-Yang Palace. The Three-Yang Palace had been built for Wu Zetian at the foot of Mount Song when Wu Sanxi and Wu Qingxi were fighting for favor. It was within the borders of Songyang County. The emperor agreed to move, and all the civil and military officials of the imperial court breathed a sigh of relief. Thus, the emperor, the crown prince, the court officials, the imperial family, and several thousand people, under the escort of tens of thousands of soldiers and horses, majestically headed straight for Songyang. The Three-Yang Palace was built on the banks of the Shirtsong River. It had a circumference of 20 li, and its walls were 8 zhang high. Inside, there were halls, pavilions, palaces, and corridors. There were strange rocks, clear springs, and flowing water. It was a secret garden of the Li Palace, a paradise of its own. With the emperor moving to the Three-Yang Palace, the Featherwood Guard was the main force of the retinue, and all 1,000 cavalry were dispatched. Within the circumference of 20 li of the Three-Yang Palace, the 1,000 cavalry was the only armed force stationed there. Wu Yi's Featherwood Guard was stationed outside the palace. Yang Fan trudged all the way, shouldering the most arduous task of surrounding and protecting the emperor. The arrangement of living quarters was Wanner's responsibility. The emperor, the crown prince, the princes, and the princesses lived in the Three-Yang Palace. The prime ministers, and assistant ministers also had their own living quarters. Many of the attendants and ordinary officials could only settle in the residences, monasteries, and temporary tents outside the Three-Yang Palace. Wanner very easily arranged for Yang Fan to live near her residence. This was not the palace, so there was not much to avoid in a temporary residence. Furthermore, Yang Fan was responsible for the defense of the Three-Yang Palace, while she was responsible for the internal affairs of the Three-Yang Palace. Living closer would also make it easier for them to communicate and arrange various matters, so that no one would suspect anything. In such an elegant and beautiful place, there were trees and strange rocks between the palaces, flying springs and flowing waterfalls. It should have been the perfect place for lovers to meet, but Yang Fan had just arrived in a muddy haze, and he had to continuously arrange the defense. He felt unbearably tired, so even though he knew that Wanner was nearby, he first returned to his own residence. At this time, the emperor probably did not have time to boil hot water, so Yang Fan did not have a supply of hot water. However, the weather in early autumn was not cold. Yang Fan carried a few buckets of clear spring water from the back of the house. He took a bath and freshened up, changed into clean clothes, and lay down on the bed to rest for half an hour. Only then did his energy recover. Only now did Yang Fan remember that Wanner's residence was on the slope behind his house, very close to him. His heart couldn't help but move. He quickly got up from the bed, tied his hat, and tidied up his clothes. He stepped out of the room and walked along a grassy path along the mountain wall toward the slope. Yang Fan walked up the slope and saw a red flying eve in the thick green shade. He was about to walk over when a shout suddenly came from behind him. "General!" Yang Fan turned around. Ren Wei hurried to his side and quietly handed over a wax-sealed bamboo tube. In an urgent voice, he said, "General, urgent news from Feng Zhou." Chapter 907. Yang Fan took the bamboo tube in his hand and was about to return to his quarters when he heard a tender call from behind him. "General Yang." Yang Fan turned his head and saw Wanner wearing a moon-white, round-collared robe and a soft-legged headgear. Like a jade tree, she stood next to a cluster of blooming flowers and looked at him with a faint smile on her face. The flowers were bright purple and bright red, each flower the size of a bowl. He didn't know what species it was. Presumably, it was a rare flower that Wu Sanxi had people transplant from other places. But when the flowers bloomed and competed with each other, they couldn't compare to Wanner in men's clothing, charming and enchanting. Yang Fan smiled and waved his hand at Renwei. He walked toward Wan Er. Wan Er waited for him to come closer and turned around. She calmly said, "The Emperor has just arrived at the Summer Palace. Wan Er has something to discuss with General Yang. Please come into the room to talk." Walking along the pebbled path among the flowers, 2 or 3 palace maids slowly walked by. On the way, they met Wan Er and quickly retreated to the side of the road, bowing to her. Wan Er walked straight ahead, only nodding her head slightly in acknowledgement. Yang Fan followed behind Wan Er and watched her slender waist swaying gracefully. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, it still couldn't hide the full moon's beauty. He suddenly remembered the time when he was caught by Wan Er carrying a stack of memorials to the historian's library. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. Wan Er walked gracefully, not dignified, but she seemed to know that Yang Fan was watching her from behind. She walked to the front of a quiet little pavilion with the words, "Orchid Fragrance Pavilion," written on it. Suddenly, she held the door with one hand and looked back with a smile. Then, like a butterfly, she flashed in. Only this glance back, that limitless beauty and allure was really something that a mature and charming woman could not do. Yang Fan's heart warmed and he quickly followed in. As soon as Yang Fan entered the room, he closed the door. As expected, as soon as the door was closed, Wan Er, who was hiding behind the door, threw herself into his arms. Her fiery red lips covered his mouth. Yang Fan held Wan Er's slender waist. As he kissed her, he half carried, half dragged her into the bedroom. Only then did Wan Er let go of Yang Fan's lips that were like magnet. She panted slightly and said, "You are a bad person. I was walking next to you the whole time, but I couldn't even look at you. Now that we are at the 3 Yang Palace, you still haven't come to see me." Yang Fan smiled and said, "Aren't I here now?" He gently pinched her cheeks. The jelly-like texture felt soft and smooth to the touch. This kind of skin had the elasticity and vitality of a young girl, but it also had a kind of softness that a young girl did not have. Although it was partly because she had just taken a bath, it was also because she had taken good care of herself. Wan Er rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "If I didn't call out to you, wouldn't you have slipped away again?" Yang Fan said, "Of course not. I just received a secret letter, and I wanted to go back and read it first. I know that you are tired, and I don't want you to worry anymore." As he spoke, Yang Fan pulled out the stopper of the bamboo tube in front of her. Yang Fan naturally wouldn't hide anything from Wan Er. Furthermore, in this battle with the hidden sect, Luoyang's side would need the Shangguan clan's help. As the Shangguan clan's clan head, even if Yang Fan wanted to hide it from her, he wouldn't be able to. Yang Fan sat on the couch while Wan Er's soft arms wrapped around his neck. Her perfectly round buttocks were sitting on his lap, and she looked very comfortable as she accompanied him to read the letter. The letter was written by Gu Zhuting, and the words were very small and neat. It could be seen that Gu Zhuting wrote it very seriously. Although the words weren't nice to look at, it was especially so for the lady sitting on Yang Fan's lap. She was an expert in poetry, painting, and calligraphy. In her eyes, the words weren't even worth mentioning. However, every stroke of the words revealed her thoughts. In the letter, Gu Zhuting described in detail to Yang Fan what they did and the problems they discovered after they arrived at the Feng province. Especially after the Feng province's granaries caught fire, she gave a detailed description. In the letter, it said that after the Feng province's granaries caught fire, Prince Pei decisively detained Song Ling, Song Qing, and all the granaries in the Feng province. He also sealed up the granaries and checked the grains one by one, hoping to find conclusive evidence. However, because the granaries in the Feng province were guarded by the granaries, the local grain merchants always bought their goods locally. Once the Feng province's granaries were sealed up, the few grain stores in the city were sold out in less than 2 days. Subsequently, the prices of the grains rose. When the news spread out, the grain merchants from Yan province, Feng province, and other places all rushed here. They took the opportunity to raise the prices of the grains, causing the people to be filled with resentment. At this moment, there were some counties and prefectures under the Feng province that used early ripening autumn grains to pay taxes that arrived at the Feng province. However, because the grains were paid taxes and hadn't been accepted into the treasury, they couldn't be sold. However, because Prince Pei had sealed up the granaries, the grains couldn't enter the treasury. The citizens who transported the grains to the Feng province stayed in the prefecture city and were responsible for their own food and lodging expenses. They were also anxious to return to their hometown to participate in the autumn harvest. Therefore, there were many complaints. Not long after, someone enticed the people to go to the inn to petition the outgoing provincial governor Li Hao. Li Hao generously accepted the people's petition. He led the officials of his prefecture, the gentry of Feng province, and the petitioners to the provincial governor's mansion to plead on behalf of the people. Prince Pei left the mansion to answer, but unexpectedly, a quarrel broke out, almost inciting a revolt. Prince Pei was chased, beaten, and cursed by the people. In a panic, he retreated into his mansion and didn't dare to come out again. In order to appease the people, the Feng province's chief prefect, Bi Qi, and the other assistant and chief officials immediately ordered the Feng province's granaries to be reopened. Everything in and out of the granaries was carried out as usual. They also sent a report to the Taoist observer inside the pass. In one day and one night, the Feng province's granaries received no less than 100,000 dawn of grain. Gu Zhuting accidentally learned from the local people's discussions that the person who delivered the grains didn't speak like the people of Feng province. Instead, he had a slight Yenzhou accent. Suspicious, she secretly investigated his whereabouts. Sure enough, he was a person from Yenzhou. A farmer said that Yenzhou had abundant rain and a good harvest every year, so it had a lot of grain stored. From this, it could be seen that the corrupt officials, in order to avoid punishment, bought a large amount of grain from Yenzhou to make up for the deficit. But Yenzhou didn't have a regular granary, so it couldn't have been embezzled from the government. If the grain came from thousands of households, it would be difficult to distinguish right from wrong. In the end, Gu Zhuting said that now it could be concluded that the so-called foreign grain merchants who drove up the prices were actually in cahoots with the local corrupt officials, and they were here to create momentum. As for the so-called taxpayers, they were actually not the people of Feng province. However, the officials of the Feng province's granaries were all in prison, and the matters of the granaries were controlled by the chief prefect, Bi Qi, and other officials, so there was no evidence to investigate. Now, the deficit in the Feng province's granaries had probably been replenished. If they wanted to investigate again, there would be no evidence. Gu Zhuting had failed the sect leader's trust and felt ashamed. She didn't know what to do and so on. Gu Zhuting only described the course of events, without any embellishments. But Yang Fan could imagine how the officials of Feng province colluded with each other, plotting day and night. They also took advantage of Pei Juanma's newly appointed position, and the local government was still full of their eyes and ears, connections and teeth. They controlled the grain merchants, drove up the prices, incited the people, and secretly bought large amounts of grain from outside. Later, Li Hao thought that the people were petitioning to see Pei Juanma. Under the pressure of the people, it was too easy to create some trouble to provoke the people. When the people rebelled, these corrupt officials would stand up and respond to the will of the people. They broke through the blockade of the regimental troops and took advantage of the fact that the warehouse officials were all in prison to casually enter and exit the granaries. There was almost no accounting, and it was impossible to calculate how much grain was coming in and going out. They took this opportunity to make up for the deficit, and no one would be able to find any evidence. And even if this matter was reported to the imperial court, they were acting in an emergency, to appease the people and calm the situation. Not only were they not at fault, they were also meritorious. After thinking through the entire matter, Yang Fan couldn't help but be shocked. These things were easy to say, But to complete this matter, how many officials were needed? Was everyone in the Feng province not greedy? Their deficit was definitely not a small amount, and they were able to make up for it just like that. How much wealth, resources, and power did they have? The obvious sect could naturally gather so much grain, but it was impossible to do it in such a short period of time. Was the hidden sect so powerful? They asked the grain merchants to not sell the grain, and they sent the grain merchants from outside to drive up the prices to increase their influence. They successfully organized such a large movement, and in the end, created a situation that was filled with flaws but had no weak point. How much power did the hidden sect have? How much organization and control did they have? This had far exceeded Yang Fan's estimation. Yang Fan's expression changed. He originally thought that with his advantage in officialdom and that he was the one who initiated the attack, he would be able to find a flaw in the hidden sect and would definitely be able to put the hidden sect in a passive position. However, the power that the hidden sect displayed through this matter had shocked Yang Fan, and he didn't dare to have any thoughts of getting lucky. Wan-Er read 10 lines at a glance, and she read even faster than Yang Fan. Before Yang Fan finished reading, she had already finished reading. She immediately understood that Longjuan's painstaking plan to deal a fatal blow to the hidden sect had already failed. The hidden sect had already made up for their only flaw, and Lang Jun could only passively defend. From the strength that the hidden sect had displayed in this contest, Lang Jun might very well. Wan-Er looked at Yang Fan with worry. Yang Fan's expression was gloomy, and after a long time, he slowly tightened his grip on the letter in his hand. Wan-Er lightly leaned into his embrace and faintly said, "Erlang." Yang Fan patted her soft and powerful waist and smiled faintly, but his eyes didn't have a trace of a smile. Wan-Er, I underestimated the hidden sect's ability. Now that my greatest support has disappeared, I might follow in young Master Zhang's footsteps in this battle. Wan-Er lightly rested her pretty face on his shoulder and said softly, "It is still too early to say who will win and who will lose. Erlang, just fight with all your strength. It is good if you win, but if you really lose, then you lose. So what if you don't become the Xian sect patriarch? So what if you don't become an official? Also, we are not at the end of the line yet." Yang Fan said, "I am just afraid that this is not just my matter. I am afraid that all the effort that I have put in these days will be wasted. I am afraid that I will let down people like the Dugu family and your family who have given their all to support me. If I lose, all the effort that they have put in will probably be greatly damaged, and they might not be able to recover from this setback. Do you know how many people's success or failure, honor or disgrace, are connected to the backing of an enormous family? I am afraid that when I face Renwei and those people who have risked their lives for me, they will not receive anything in return for everything that they have put in. I, alone, carry the hopes of so many people on my shoulders." Wan-Er gently hugged him. She didn't know how to comfort her Lang Jun. She just wanted to use this hug to tell him that no matter if he was rich or poor, in life or death, she would be with him. Yang Fan said, "There are no other storehouses near Feng Prefecture. I really didn't think that they would be able to gather grain from the people near Feng Prefecture. 1 bucket at a time, 1 liter at a time. From thousands of families, they were able to gather 100,000 stone grains in an instant. Good move. So powerful. Shun Mu was a formidable person, and I am not as good as him. Yanzhou?" When this name entered her ears again, Wan-Er suddenly furrowed her curved eyebrows. She seemed to have thought of something, but she couldn't recall it at the moment.